Well, hello, good evening. For those of you who had bets on 807, I think Ocelotlian. You guys got pretty good, pretty close there. We're getting pretty good. My clock says 807. So I don't know what your guys' clock says, but my clock says 807. 808 was 1 minute too late. 807 was right the number. So we shall see. You made it on time, Karen. I did not. I never make it on time. To those of you in the chat that were wondering if I ever make it on time to court, I absolutely do. Prototopics took the under, average is 8. Is there like a running statistical table of how late I usually am? And then like the wild streams that go like where I start like at 8:15. Does that just throw the number out? Do you guys cast out outliers like how most statisticians do? I'm not sure how you measure this. But in any event, it is indeed Friday. And before we get into too much of it, I do have to remind people, because I always forget, and I have a note here written down, remind people to please like the stream. It takes you 2 seconds. You might not be in the chat. It takes you 2 seconds. Please like the stream. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe because we've got some fun stuff to cover. We're going to learn stuff today. I know that you guys are probably disappointed by that, but there was some Supreme Court stuff that was really interesting, and it bears some learning. So we're going to learn some stuff, or we're going to have some fun doing it. And when it comes to Supreme Court, and most particularly when it comes to Supreme Court and intellectual property law, I needed an expert, and I needed someone that's really good at it. That I know he hates intellectual property and patent law because the patent office tried to suck the life out of him, but he's probably one of the most brilliant minds I know when it comes to Supreme Court, and I love talking about it. Welcome to the stream, Kurt. Happy Friday, friend.
It is a great Friday. How are you doing, sir?
It's a wonderful Friday. We've got Supreme Court laws, or not laws, opinions.
Yeah, opinions. Yeah, we got Supreme Court re-clarifying the law or making it more confusing.
Ambush.
As it relates to copyright, but yeah. Hi, Runkle.
Hello.
I watched you giving a speech before the Canadian firearm people. It was good.
Oh, did you see the tie he was wearing?
Yeah.
I got to mirror that speech on my channel. They've given me permission to do that. So
yeah,
I wanted to let them run it for a bit before I put it up on mine. But
I liked when you said that you thought you didn't understand it, and then at some point realized you did understand. The law itself is just a confusing nightmare mess that doesn't make any sense. That was very cute. I appreciate
that. Is accurate.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is.
My process through law school.
I very much appreciate it. It was a nice anecdote.
And so let me see. There was a chat that flew by and missed it. Oh my gosh! Attack from the Great White North. I don't know if it's yeah.
It's kind of the mediocre North now.
Yeah.
Trudeau is really screwing it up.
Politicians, man. What can you say?
Oh man, you got to see the latest video about their we're fixing bail, and most of the law that is actually has no legal effect whatsoever. It's ridiculous.
A law that does nothing. It's a politician's perfect solution.
It really is.
Yeah.
That's what they do the whole time. Every time. It's like, there's a problem. Let's pass a law that fixes everything except the problem.
Yep.
So, yeah. Going to be a spicy stream. It might get there. It'll get there when we get to Murdoch. I'll tell you that much.
Oh. I've now got a beer fridge. So, that'll enable that.
That's going to help. It's going to help a lot.
Yeah.
The beer fridge.
I'm actually going to order a second one because I've got one for here, and I wanted to test it out and see if it works. And now that it does, I'm going to get a second one and put it out in my garage for leatherworking.
Now, I do see that David is in the chat. Now, David, we are going to be talking prototopics.
Why don't you? I don't know. Am I allowed to invite David?
We are going to be talking. Andy Warhol. If you feel so inclined, you are welcome to join. It's going to be a little bit dry at first, but just send a DM to either Ian or I, and
I'm just going to shoot him the link, and then he can do with it as he wishes.
I have heard that David is the Muggle lawyer, he's the Muggle to the lawyers. So
okay,
I feel like no, it's more like he's the person who is sane in our group. because he's
Ouch.
avoided law.
I don't know if I take offense to that or not. I'm processing that mentally.
I just want you to look over your shoulder slightly to, I guess, your right. Now pitch the
Fair.
sanity again.
Fair. That's a fair remark. That was fair. That was a low blow, but it was fair. That was a low blow. That was a low blow. That deserves an early goat scream, but that was fair. So, Kurt, you wanted to preview some stuff while I was pulling up materials. What came out of the Supreme Court this week that had us feeling pretty interesting about the internet?
Okay, so there was a big case that had been teed up that ultimately didn't go as far as people were concerned. These were cases involving Google and Twitter.
I want to hear this.
This was a 230 case, but wound up being decided on completely other grounds. So the 230 issues went away completely and got resolved on other issues. So what happened in these cases with Twitter and Google, YouTube, is that there was a terrorism attack in a foreign country, two different terrorism attacks, as it were. In both cases, a U.S. citizen was killed, I believe, or injured. Doesn't matter either way for the purposes of the analysis. There is a U.S. law that says that if a U.S. citizen is harmed in a terrorism attack anywhere in the world, they can file suit in the United States. So universal jurisdiction, because, this is bad, and we want to be able to sue the bad guys in the United States because you harmed one of our citizens.
Mm-hmm.
So we could have sued the people that did the terrorism. We could have sued ISIS. We could have sued the people who facilitated it directly. That would have been one option. But
they have no money. And
they're also hard to find. And also,
it's like you're not going to ever make a successful claim against ISIS for their money.
Collect against ISIS? That's a good question.
Like, I'm here to seize your goat.
I actually have heard they're pretty good at asset management.
Okay.
But I feel like if you showed up with, like, I have a demand to seize this, like, modified Toyota with, that's been modified to a technical, that they'd be like, Or, counterpoint, you can have the ammunition via rapid delivery.
Ian was just on a live stream with a bunch of chaotic individuals. He is amped this evening.
The LED lights are killing me, Ian. I just have to say.
They are. Let's turn the LEDs off because you're going to give some people some seizures.
Oh, fine.
We see the LEDs. They're fantastic. Oh, this one, randomizer. I can't. Oh, no. Oh.
Yeah.
FTX can help.
LEDs, we're going to swap hats. Be right back.
Interesting. Okay. So finish the story on the Google.
So anyway, we sued Google and Twitter as accessories, aiding and abetting for secondary liability. And the case had been teed up on the idea that maybe Twitter and Google were liable, not because ISIS was posting on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube or whatever, but rather because the algorithms, which are under the respective companies' controls, was promoting content or recommending content or otherwise advancing content. So the algorithms are under the control of the social media companies. So unlike the underlying content itself, which isn't theirs, the algorithm is theirs. So maybe they're responsible for the algorithm. Well, the Supreme Court sort of ducked the issue or decided it under different grounds by saying that they don't simply qualify as aiding and abetting. Unanimous decision by the U.S. Supreme Court, incidentally. So all 9 justices agreed that Twitter and YouTube did not qualify as aiding and abetting, basically because they offer generic services that are generally available in general. And to the extent the algorithm is doing things, it is not favoring ISIS because ISIS. It is choosing that content on a agnostic basis. So they're just a general company that does a lawful service that unlawful people might use. But that would be true of potentially lots of services. Like, I don't know if ISIS goes to Walmart to buy water, but if they do, it would be the same principle. Can we sue Walmart for selling them water? And basically the answer is no.
So not to preview the first topic, but would you consider Google's algorithm to be a trade secret, or have they patented that algorithm?
No, it's definitely a trade secret. for
It's
sure.
trade secret. So
Yeah.
in discovery, in this dispute, if it made it past the 12B6
Well, the original
motion-
Google page rank is patented. The original Google algorithm is patented.
Really?
Yeah, sure.
So, but does that extend to YouTube for pushing content? No, because it's Google's patent.
Well, yeah.
So
I mean,
in application by YouTube, it would be a deviation or modification from that. And it would basically be a trade secret using proprietary information from the parent company.
yeah. So, I mean, they could use it if they want to.
Oh, okay. But would the
But
trade
yeah, these days it's probably more trade secret, not for at least the reasons that I'm not even 100% sure that they themselves understand their own algorithm, because it's all machine learning. So they might be able to patent the method for the machine learning, but the actual algorithm itself, they probably don't even know what it is.
might be true. So anyways, it's Friday. What are you guys doing? What are you drinking? How was your week? What are you tuning in from? Where are you tuning in from? You know, I like to see the chat flooded. What do you guys have as a cocktail? I needed a cocktail this week. I am having a vodka and ginger beer. It's delicious and fantastic. Ooh. Ian is having, hold that up again. Electric Unicorn White IPA. I need to find that. Like, I really do need to find that.
And when this runs out, I think I've got a ginger beer in the fridge. I'm going to make myself a dark and stormy.
Mm-hmm. It's delicious. So we've got sake in Alaska. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm missing the chat's moving too fast. Seattle and beer. Nerd Natasha. We've got Shock Top Citrus. And how do I pronounce that? Okanagan?
Sure.
Okanagan.
Okanagan. Gin and tonic in Ottawa.
You need to visit Canada.
I do. Calgary sipping tequila.
Calgary. Not Calgary. Calgary.
Okay, just Calgary. Okay, got it.
That's
Rosé
they get very particular about that one.
Ian's going to be interesting tonight. I can just tell you right now. Lindsay's having peach vodka and lemonade again for me this week. Glad Seattle's cooled down. Now we just have Canadian Smoke invading. Vodka ginger beer is amazing. It is. Diet Coke from Miami. Hi, guys from Boca. Drinking water this evening. Water's always great. Drink your water. Water, North Carolina coast. Fantastic. Diet Coke in Kansas. Pink lemonade vodka in very smoky Edmonton. You guys have forest fires that are blowing smoke up there?
Right now the sky is brown.
Oh no. How far away are the fires?
Close enough that I could drive to them about half an hour.
That happened last year, and I think the entire Pacific Northwest was just a haze for like ever. So I don't know. Kurt, how's the weather in Austin? Getting hot yet?
Great. That's been great. It's been sunny most of the time. It's been raining a lot recently. Had some very severe thunderstorms recently.
That's a good thing.
But because the lake level had been low, as Ian can testify to, because he was there watching it.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we've got an interesting topic to cover first. Before we do that, let me get some of the, because the thing is, there's always these super chats that come in that are referencing the beverages they're having, and when I pull them up later in the stream, it reminds me how long it took to get to them.
I just need to state in advance, I'm already concerned about how this copyright discussion is going to go, because I have a fear we're going to ADHD our way off topic, and it's going to be a nightmare. This is going to be a problem.
It's going to be an adventure.
It's going to be great.
Okay, great.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it, Kurt. We're going to do it. I promise we'll keep on task.
I have concern. Oh yeah, really? Okay.
If it means me muting Ian and me, we will do that. We will do that.
Well, I can unmute me, right?
Because Supreme Court cases, they are important. Mom, who is actually coming in from the West Coast, came in with a super sticker just to let me know that she was here. Thanks, Mom. Very much appreciated. Glad you made it there safely. Elizabeth Chetwood, thank you. Time is a construct. It is indeed. Sarah Hooks, thank you. I usually don't get to catch an FNF when it's live, so I'm super excited to be joining. This channel feels like I'm just hanging out with friends. That's how it's supposed to feel, and thank you, Sarah, for being here. It's supposed to be a little bit of a Friday hangout, a little bit of decompression, and a little bit of fun. Sue's Story, thank you very much. Ergo Iron,
that's cool.
Ergo Iron Fist. My son has written a few amicus briefs for SCOTUS. That's fun. That's
Cool.
fun. I
That is
think
kick-ass.
I need to get Kurt to write an amicus brief. We need to find an opinion where Kurt can write an amicus brief.
Yeah, it'd be fun. We can sponsor it. It'll be great.
I think that you and Andrea Burkhart in combination writing an amicus brief would be deadly.
Oh yeah, dynamite.
Work hard, play hard.
I'm actually sad that there's a border because I would love to work with Andrea on a file, and I don't see it ever happening.
I just think that I would love to see just a bunch of legal minds work like behind the scenes talking about how they're writing this thing. Work hard, play hard. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's not out partying tonight, but then again, I'm old. You're not old.
Partying
You're
tonight.
wise. Brittany Alicia, thank you. Cheers to finally getting an ADHD diagnosis. Glad that you got the diagnosis. It helps explain. It's a step forward in learning. Thank you, Ian and EDB, for giving me the courage to pursue a diagnosis. Also, check your PO box. I will. Thank you, Brittany. Josh at Ten Hog, thank you very much. A few days ago, I watched your first live stream again. 1 year later, and many live streams further, you've grown so much and still remain yourself. Please keep doing what you're doing.
Oh God, that's a terrifying notion of doing like a video looking at my first video.
I don't want to.
Oh God.
Kurt, have you ever gone back and looked at any of your like old content?
Yeah, like the first year of my channel's long since been deleted because it was so bad. But the stuff that still exists is tolerable.
Mine's still up. Maybe on a Monday I'll pull up my first ever video with like the thumbnail that looks like a Jeopardy like choice.
Nate the lawyer was doing those whole flashback things. Did you see that when he's doing the shorts? No, seriously, no. He put out a bunch of them. Yeah, he did a whole bunch of LawTube and LawTube adjacent people. He did Viva, he did Nick, he did me, he did a whole bunch of people where he showed them through various years of time. You should pull up Nate the lawyer's shorts channel and pull them up. There's some good stuff there.
That's a good one. I think I will. I'm going to
pull them up. That'll be good. It'll be fun.
I think we should. Because I also remember that first video.
I saw a video that we could also share. If you want to share a video, it's about 3 minutes long. YouTube video called "When Gen Z Goes to Court," and I thought it was hilarious.
Wait, where is it?
It was like 8 months ago. I'll send you the link. Yeah,
find the link. Drop it in the private chat.
Yeah.
You said Nate did this as shorts.
Yeah. So go to Nate. Go to shorts. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Nate.
Yeah, pull it up. It's good stuff.
Nate, don't hate me.
He's gonna strike you, and
no, he's not. It's gonna be everybody else that's gonna be pissed. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, we're doing this. This is gonna be fun. Nope, don't do that. Nate, you're a good man. Don't do that. Please don't do that.
Nate is sitting there with his finger on the smite button.
He's waiting. He's just waiting for the opportune moment.
He's in chat, like waiting on the smite button.
If you guys can see why I just kind of had like a little panic moment internally, because this is Nate's shorts page right now.
Well, so far I'm glad I'm not on there.
This is happening. I am too. This is happening. We're going to do this. Let me see. Share the screen. That's audio is shared. You got to let me know if you're hearing this. I'm not hearing that.
I can hear it.
I can hear it.
That's my audio problem. Hang on.
I can hear it just
audio.
fine.
I know you can hear it just fine. I want to hear it too. Okay?
But that's a you problem.
I understand it's a me. Son of a...
Why are you so selfish, Rob?
I'm upset. Hang on. I need to refresh. I can't not hear it. I'll be really upset if I can't hear it.
Well, you're going to hear the same song about 6 times, so yeah.
Okay. Oh, this is upsetting. Can I make it full screen?
Just leave it!
Look at that nerd wearing a suit.
Oh, Nate was savage. He did the stitching too. That's now replaying, isn't it? Yes.
No. Yeah, we're in 2021.
We've
entered the current year. Yeah.
What? Wait, why does he look
works.
like no. Why does he look right there? Tobey Maguire.
I don't know.
Spider-Man.
You're gonna get sued by Tobey Maguire.
Okay, now it's back to the beginning. There you go.
Is it going to go? It's not going to go. It's going to go back to the next channel. Hang on. Stop. Shorts needs to figure their ish out. Okay. I have to figure out why my audio is being really annoying right now, because I'm going to be really upset if I can't hear this. Let's see. That was let's look at Alita. Time goes by, so slowly. Still can't hear. Oh no! Stop. Time goes by, so slowly. Time goes by, so slowly. Time goes by, so slowly. Time goes by.
It's the same music over and over.
A lot of these is not a whole lot of change.
No, that one's not bad.
It's only 3 years for legal bites, so yeah, of worth of
Hunley, can we talk about Shorts finally letting us choose like what image we want to display?
Do they actually do that now?
No, they have not yet done it, but they did Eric dirty here.
The song is "Give Me a Man After Midnight" by ABBA.
Well, hope I don't get copyright hit for that one.
Time goes by, so slowly. Time goes by, so slowly. Time goes by, so slowly.
Eric's been doing this for a while.
Time goes by, so slowly.
Okay, we're gonna take an intermission because I think I figured out what the audio thing is. We're gonna do the 3-minute Gen Z thing.
Okay. This is.
You should mute the music because it's not adding anything and it risks a strike.
I don't know if I can mute the music on someone else's.
I
Either way,
I
Gen
mean,
Z.
you can mute the tab.
When Gen Z goes to court,
June 14th. Where were you?
I was at a party.
So it would be fair to say that many of these attendees saw you at this party.
Yeah, and there's definitely plenty of Instagram and Snapchat stories to prove that.
This party you speak of, how would you describe it?
The party was positively pushing P.
That's cap, Your Honor. It's giving leading question.
Ooh, take several seats, Mr. Simpson. You'll have your chance to clap back.
This ain't it, Chief.
So the night your girlfriend went missing, you hosted a positively pushin' P-bussin' party.
Period.
Period.
Mr. Simpson, POV when it's your turn to clap back.
I just have one problem with Mr. Jennings' statement here. You see, Mr. Jennings, when under oath less than a month ago, you said that this party was...
all right, we have to interject and add something to this commentary.
Do we?
Otherwise, I think we do. I think we do, because this is, you know what? I just read an entire opinion on copyright material and transformative use and having to change it. If this happens in a court of law, I'm just going to retire.
The thing is that we already don't use a whole lot of slang in court.
True.
So court language tends to be fairly formal.
Oh no.
That said, witnesses say all sorts of stupid shit.
That's what I was just thinking. If there's any lawyers in the chat right now, if your client has ever said something like that's cap, like on the stand, or like if they referred to the word Riz, I don't know what other words are used right now. If they have done that to you, please let me know in the chat.
I had a witness try to slip
hear
in
that story.
Tug Eye thinking that nobody would know what it meant.
I don't want to know what that means. The thing is, I don't. There's words I don't want to know what they mean, and I'm happy not knowing what they mean.
It's Cree.
Oh, I don't know what that means. I don't.
Cree is a language, dude.
Okay.
It's also a people.
I'm so lost. I'm lost in the ether. Here we go. Client said bet at a depot. Oh no. Oh no. Can't do that. Bet. Imagine explaining that transcript in court.
I've had a lot of clients say things like that's bullshit.
I have too, but
And then it's like, maybe scale it back. We're in court.
Straight up chuggy.
What?
Cap, you're just the CEO of lying on the stand.
Nah, fam.
So then this party can't hold the cell?
On God.
Dead ass.
Objection, Your Honor. Step present, my boy.
what the hell is happening? What just happened? Someone
Objection,
say that
badgering.
exchange.
Objection, badgering.
Can someone translate? I need someone to translate.
That was
Just
badgering.
Yeah.
Was it badgering?
Or else just the standard objection of objection. I really don't like this question.
Well, no. So he had said he said the party initially was pushing P, and now he says the party under oath he had said earlier is chuggy, which are completely inconsistent statements. So we're impeaching the witness on a prior inconsistent statement.
Oh,
Do I have to explain all the vernacular now?
no.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to know, but I imagine I'm going to.
He said the party was really, really good on the stand, and then
he said
earlier
it was
said the
bad.
party was really, really bad.
Oh, now we're impeaching. Okay, now I'm caught up to speed.
Daddy.
Clearly, you understood the assignment.
It's high key big facts.
It's a little bit salty.
Now, Mr. Jennings, would you agree that you have drip?
Oh, he's definitely vibing.
That feeling when you done glowed up?
That's fact.
Well, Mr. Jennings, I'm just curious. And ladies and gentlemen, please don't let this flop.
He's giving main character energy.
Mr. Jennings, why'd you switch up?
So
This
why
is
did
taking-
why did you switch? Why did you switch your story? Why are you
This is-
saying it's great when you earlier said it sucked?
Also, a
This is
lot of
taking-
this doesn't make a
Yeah.
whole lot of sense in context. This is giving a lot of like, hello, fellow children energy.
Yeah, there is definitely some of that.
This is taking.
But
bits
then
of
again, this
Mosel.
is when Gen Z goes to court. So I suppose under the premises of the skit, they're not in court yet. So maybe by the time Gen Z winds up in court, this will all be proper vernacular because language, of
Wait.
course, is always modifying.
Wait, there was something I saw. Hang on. Uncivil understood the assignment.
Yeah,
He did.
I understood the assignment.
Okay. I love it. Kurt translates. This
No
is
problem. I'm here to help.
I didn't switch up.
That's cap, and you know it.
I'm a whole ass move.
Go off,
See,
King.
this is sending me.
Mr. Simpson,
Big yikes.
you giving
Because
extra.
I was at this party, and when you arrived, you were shook. You were tossing shade all
no,
over the place
now he's a
because
witness.
within minutes you yeeted right out of that party. Yeah,
That means he left.
Yeah,
I no, I understood that reference. I understood that reference.
But except that
See,
was
the
not
party is
correct
his alibi.
language.
The party is his alibi. So since he left the party, it's not his alibi. By the way, alibi literally translates to elsewhere.
Really?
So yes.
We have a Gen Zer.
I'm here to help.
Come and help. We have two helpers now.
This whole thing is just straight up cap, yo. Bet.
Oh my god.
Sure.
David, if you were anywhere within proximity to me, there would be a punch coming in your direction.
Yo,
Sure,
word.
Dope.
Sure. Yeah, sure, fam.
Oh, I'm so
What's good?
mad at you. I'm so mad at you. Oh no, like you chose the opportune time to show up, and I'm really upset about it.
Yo, you want to like make a couple TikToks or something right now?
No,
stop
talking. Oh no.
What's good, everybody? How we doing?
What's good? Oh, I got to appreciate the drip because you got the hat on, self promoting. I used that in the proper context, didn't I?
You know how it is.
Ish.
Oh, I don't. I needed actual verification in human words.
That's
No,
how
Rob,
we
you're
do,
repping.
bro.
You're repping.
I again did not understand. And we are silent.
That's how it is out here.
For sure.
Oh, here we go.
He's a snack.
Cap, I don't even know how to
Your Honor, tell me he's badgering my client without telling me he's badgering my client.
Overruled.
Bet.
Okay, side note, I want to use that so bad. That one I want to use. Right there. Your Honor,
No,
tell me that's
you
hearsay
don't.
without telling me that's hearsay, please. That can work.
You don't.
No,
Let me know how it works out.
Probably terrible. I lost my place.
Right out of that party. Yeah, yeet, yeah.
He's a snack.
Cap, I don't even know how to
Your Honor, tell me he's badgering my client without telling me he's badgering my client.
Overruled.
Bet.
Need the tea, sis.
I was posted at the party. You were until you weren't.
I'm weak, bro.
You are sus. Your Honor, are you seriously going to let this cap go on in your court?
Skirt, get to the
See,
point.
Mr. Jennings left the party early. I'm not capping.
Is this on God?
It's always on God.
What's the skirt? What's the skirt mean?
Dave, you want that one?
I think they just.
I don't know. I have a job, so I don't actually know what any of these mean.
What's the skirt?
Skirt is to go around the edge because you're skirting. So he's saying that he's going around the edge of the issue, gets the
An
point.
evasive answer. Such effective vernacular.
No worries, I'm here
Except
to
the
help.
judge is never going to say that, so this is annoying me.
The funny thing is, like, in 20 years, like, someone's going to find this stupid video that we're doing right now, and it's going to say, how do they not understand this? This is what's being used in courtrooms all the time.
I
We're going to be
understand
like the Clarence Darrows.
Because I understood the assignment.
Oh, God. Kurt for the win. Kurt is on it. Yeah. Kurt for the win. Yeah.
Does Kurt secretly have a TikTok account that we don't know about?
Oh.
Kurt secretly has all TikTok accounts.
Chat, make it happen. Find it. Find Kurt's TikTok account.
Don't do that. Don't send them on that mission.
It's just shorts of my YouTube videos. It's tiktok.com/uncivil law. Go knock
There you go.
yourself
It's
out.
promotion.
Look at that. There you go. Promotion.
I got to start doing some shorts and get into that.
Instagram, y'all. Instagram is
Also,
trying to compete.
Instagram.com/uncivil law.
I need a little less Gen Z here. Going on.
It's on God.
It's always on God.
Jeez.
You see, the party was his alibi.
I hate that one.
Okay, Boomer, and
This young man is not the main character y'all think he is.
I can't even.
The main character was Alyssa
It's
Johnson,
about to go
who
on.
this is
Mr. Jennings
making me
murdered
really
in cold
unhappy.
blood when he left this party.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I can't cap anymore. Okay, I am sus.
Dude,
No.
okay.
It's always on God, Rob.
Yeah, babe, for sure. Gotta be truthful.
I will say this is a very well done skit. Like, it's very well done. If the vernacular is what I'm imagining it is, this is really well done.
Yeah.
I imagine we're probably going to hear this soon. Self-snitching. Oh, I did not see this happening tonight.
Once
Who had
again,
this
I'm
on
here-
their bingo
Hey,
cards? Thank you, Kurt.
I can translate this, and I can also translate Supreme Court. I can
I
do it
know.
all, baby.
I'm
I can do it
so
all.
excited about all of this. Oh my god, this is terrible, but also wonderful.
Now, translating Supreme Court into Gen Z, I'm not sure if I can do that. I can translate both into English, but I'm not sure I can translate the one to the other. That'd be tough.
I have faith in you, Kurt. You can do it.
Ugh.
We can do this.
You don't mean your girlfriend didn't like your drip?
No. Why are you doing the
Oh.
spinny wheel?
Mean your girlfriend didn't like your drip, so you choked her to death in the driveway?
Your girlfriend doesn't like what you're wearing, so I killed her.
I'm sus.
I did it.
I've been sus.
Big messed up, son.
Suspending life behind bars for me. If you want to watch every video uncensored
Okay.
and ad-free,
So that is, let's go ahead and give credit to where credit is due on this one, because that was really well done. Steve Emerson.
Eh.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
I almost
that
killed
was-
Runkle.
That was it like a bit of my soul is now no longer on this plane. I don't know how I feel about that.
Rob, you capping right now.
I do. God, thank God you're in another state.
I don't think Rob is lying.
I'm so happy you're in
I
another
think-
state. Oh, I can't
More
stand
like
it.
wigging out would be better.
Oh,
closer.
Oh, it's so bad.
Dave.
Oh, it's so bad. There's nothing good about
It's like
this.
nails on a chalkboard.
There are no redeemable qualities, but just because of that, just because of all of this, we're going to go to Kurt's throwback on Nate's. Did you see his face? Kurt.
Sure. Let's do that.
I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. Then we'll go. Then we're not going to leave it with you. We're going to end with probably Ricada, then Viva, because they look to be pretty epic in their hilarity. Let's see. Oh no! So there's no. You guys didn't tell me it's just music.
This one is.
So I can mute it.
It
There's
is
no
just
audio.
music. It's just music.
Oh, that's definitely gonna get me. Someone yelling at me.
Yeah, there's nothing to it other than just music and some clips.
That's pretty good. Kurt, I like the beard. I gotta say, I was a fan of the beard, and the hat is still my favorite. Hat and suit, that's a nice look, sir.
Yo, he got that drip.
Yo.
That's a good look. Oh, my friend, and the style choice on the shirt and tie combo.
I can clean up nice when I put my mind to it.
I'm a fan. This is good.
Yeah.
You still got the music though.
I muted the tab.
No, it's playing.
It's coming through.
Son of a bee sting. There we go.
I wash up nice. I clean up nice. I can put on suit and tie. I be on my suit and tie. Let me show you a few things.
Zaddy
Few
Kurt.
things, baby girl.
That song is
so that was
10 years
Kurt.
old now.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Well, the ABBA is 70s.
Wait, why?
Oh,
did
that's
that sound
true.
over- Nick 2017. Why does he look so professional? I did not mean that demeaning. This is also a man that sent me like lumberjack pictures yesterday. It was really funny. This
There's
is
not a
great.
soul out there.
Oh, Nate.
No
just
one
Nate.
to air my prayer. Da, 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 da.
Now we're also going to get a
Gimme,
strike.
gimme a man after midnight.
Not for copyright
Baby
infringement, just
rose
for
and chase the
pain.
shadows away. Gimme, gimme, gimme a man after midnight.
Oh, he went.
Take me
Here's
right
now
to the death of
Viva.
the day.
Viva might be my favorite because of the hair. That, ladies and gentlemen, that is Viva Fry.
Is it?
That was a great pause game on my part. I'm going to go ahead and say great pause game. Great pause game. Yeah, that's Viva. Wow, look at this.
He's got a
Look at
selfie
this
stick.
young man. That looks more like Viva. Yep, still more like Viva. Look at this. And then here comes the hair. Here comes the hair. Well, it's more gray than I thought. There's the hair. Hang on. He grew that amount of hair in 1 year, in 2 years?
I mean,
I get it, Ian. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Why is there not? I need a runkle from like your first video. Let's see. EDB. Why does it start
you
with
can pull up my
2022?
first video, but I will strike you.
Oh no, it starts
Oh
2017.
no.
Look, EDB starts 2017, 2020. Excuse me, Emily. Can we have a conversation about what color hair this is? Oh, she's gonna be mad. I don't know if she'll be mad. It'd be funny. 2020. 21.
21, she got
21.
100,000 subs. I guess that's right. Because she got purple because she had 100,000 subs. That's why she dyed her hair purple. So yeah, 2021 she got 100,000
And
subs.
it's
Yeah,
just
sounds right.
stuck.
Wow, she's exploded.
Yeah, no doubt.
This is awesome. You guys go check out Nate's channel, Nate the Lawyer. Go check it out. This is really good work. Like, this is a lot of fun. Let's see. Let's talk about the man himself. Wait. Hold up. What? No. Oh. Nate, you're a different person, my friend. Oh, they're the dreads. This is great. I love this. This is way to go, Nate.
Yeah, Viva, he's definitely changed his look.
He has, but the funny thing is, like, I appreciate the mashups. Like, Nate, guys, go check this out. Nate Lawyer. These are great. I don't want to do Hunley like we played Hunley's, but 298 subs. Give him some more subs if you're not already subscribed to him. That's awesome work.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So
check it out. There's like 2 of them that we haven't watched.
Yeah. Well, and then I'm pretty sure he's got other content. Like, for example, the Jordan Penny case, or the Jordan Penny. Yes. His video on that was fantastic. Go watch that if you have questions about that case. Please do. Marcel, Rob, did you hear about the judge ruling on Tiger Woods court case? I did. Right call. Came a little bit late. Right call. That's being forced to arbitration. The NDA is not being set aside. It was the right call.
Oh yeah, that seems right.
Yeah, she kind of placated. Like, I never remember signing this, but there's email exchanges back and forth, like where she acknowledges seeing it, reading it, and signing it. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Azam, thank you, my friend. Hello, good morning from Malaysia. Hello, good morning, Azam. Thank you for being here, and thanks for being here for so many of these live streams. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. You can thank the community for doing that. Susan, thank you very much. Had a wonderful week. Vodka and pineapple juice. Fantastic way to celebrate the end of a wonderful week. Azam, breakfast with the Friday Night Frenzy. I'm having nasi lemak and coffee. What is that? NASI-LEMAK. That looks like a wonderful dish. Ooh, that looks tasty. Okay. Good morning. Lovely breakfast. I need to try that. Elizabeth Chetwood, flavored water in Mobile, Alabama. Thank you very much. Brenda Stafford, new member. Thank you. Equality, still one of my favorite screen names. We got smoke in Drumheller. Where is that? Why Alberta. Am I Alberta?
That's
brain
like
is going to
to
catch
me.
up. I know the brain is going to catch up. It really will. It's just a little bit behind. It's on lag. 3 hours south of Edmonton.
Also, I'm being told that we have to do this.
Oh, you control the swoop.
Oh, I love that one.
That was more editing like I learned how to edit a little bit better.
Rob, will you make me a swoop?
I would be delighted to make you a swoop.
Okay, thank you.
They are fun. It's only like it took me like an hour to make that. It was a lot of fun. John, thank you. First FNF I've caught in a long time. Rob, you ever gonna do that unicorn Gundam build? That's a good point. I actually forgot about that. I have to get my lathe up and running. Oh.
That sounds
Suzanne.
metal.
What was that? Go ahead.
The Gundam, the unicorn Gundam.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds pretty metal.
Was that the Gen Z, like going into the Gen Z?
No, it's a Gundam. It's made of metal.
I know.
It sounds metal.
It sounded like a colloquialism. Like,
no, it was a dad joke. We're off the Gen Z thing. I'll switch glasses.
We went far so around. We came back again.
Taking the glasses off helps, David, because I'm not thinking you're in Gen Z. But why do you have the sticker on the hat?
Oh, it's a new hat. I just haven't taken it off yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
I'll do it now.
Yeah, there you go. Suzanne, thank you very much. Thank
It's
you very
also
much
a
for the very
Gen Z
generous
thing
sub.
to leave the sticker on.
I
It is
hate that.
definitely a Gen Z
I
thing.
hate that. I hate
Yeah.
that.
It ages
Suzanne,
me.
happy
The
Friday
funniest
drinking
thing
white
was-
wine.
I was wearing a hat and somebody was like, "So you're doing the sticker thing?" And I was like, "No, I'm just too much of an idiot to realize it had a sticker on it."
I've done that with tags on my shirt. Like, hey, you know, there's a tag. Or on the worst is when they're on your jeans. Oh, that's definitely the worst thing. When they're on your jeans and you don't realize it, and it has that size label that goes down the back end of the jean. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
You know
yeah.
what I'm talking about. Oh, that's a traumatic
Happens to all of
experience.
us.
Suzanne, thank you very much for the super chat. Happy Friday, drinking white wine after a long week. Loved the urn you made. I actually wanted to pull that up because I actually did kind of want to share that because it is a fun. Not
It's better
fun.
having a tag hanging off your jeans than a handkerchief hanging out your pocket.
Or
That's
toilet paper hanging off your shoe.
also true for both things. But yeah, for those who did not catch the urn, there's the urn. The urn is in Honduras. It is there. So it did make it safely. That was an important build. But yeah, so that made it. That was the reason why Wednesday was late and discombobulated for Trials of the Century, because I was finishing that so I could catch a flight the next morning at 5 a.m. But yeah, I do make stuff, guys.
Once in a while.
Once in a while. Opposite of amnesia, a lawyer in YSL trial already used cap. Oh no.
Yes.
No, it started already. Stephanie, thank you. Young Thug's attorney said that's cap, Your Honor. Oh, this is being confirmed, and I'm liking it less and less.
I've seen
During
the video.
the 4-month-long jury selection, and one lawyer got arrested for bringing. I saw that part. I thought that part was a little excessive, because apparently there was a prescription that he had. He just moved it to another bottle. Yeah. Iris in
That
Texas.
was
thank you much.
ridiculous, to be honest.
Slang Dictionary, Urban Dictionary, good websites, gives you all the tea.
Tea is gossip.
Yes, I got that reference. I got that reference. Sandra, Kurt translating this makes it even funnier. It has made my night so far. Equality. Why does Kurt know everything about everything? Because he does. Because he's Kurt. He's uncivil law. If you haven't subbed to this man, what's wrong with you? Banana Bobert got some old men yell at clouds energy going on. It's so hard keeping up with the slang. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like a lot of us are there. Compact Roan. I'm in my early 20s and don't understand what's going on. Thank you.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, that's for the
Feel
best.
normal. Bop it. Kurt dunking from the 3-point line. Yeah, Kurt just showed every single person up on this stream with that. And then David came in and like salvaged and like tried to make me feel more normal. Aussie J, is this what Aussie slang sounds like to the rest of the world? Yeah. I've heard Aussie slang. Yeah, that's a fair statement. Understand about a third of it. Henhouse Bath Company, listening while in a car and crying, laughing at y'all's reaction. The people next to me think I'm crazy. We're not crazy. We're just like-minded, crazy people. That was the same thing that I said twice. Cool. Ryan Man, why am I
we
saying
are
Kurt?
crazy.
If we are. Kurt needs to try, translate a serious STOTUS to say, oh no. This is a phenomenal idea.
That's a really good idea.
No, Kurt, what's your favorite? You have a favorite opinion you read when you hit 100,000 subs. It's one of my favorite opinions that I've ever read ever.
Yeah, it's a great case.
Do you think you could translate that to Gen Z? Oh,
I could try.
I bet. I think you should. That felt so uncomfortable.
He said it once. Now he's
He's already gone. He's already gone.
It felt
It's too
so
late.
uncomfortable. That was so uncomfortable. 20th Century Fox, that skit made me lol. Yep. Trufflehound Kurt's should be a bee fish swoop. Yeah, Kurt, bee fish swoop. That's what I need.
That, man. That's good.
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a bee fish swoop.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to generate some bee fish.
Oh, that's great in Midjourney. That's the
To the
perfect-
mid journey.
Yep.
to the mid
You
journey.
come up with good ones, let me know.
This is a good one. Karen Hamrick. Rob, did you receive the bless your heart button I sent you? I don't know. Did I?
Bless your heart.
It's a button. It says bless your heart. It's like bless your heart, you kind soul. Yeah, I like that button. It's a fun button. Thank you, Karen. That's awesome. Susan D, celebrating that I'm done teaching for this school year. Congratulations, those kids. Oh my, enjoying a big margarita and FNF. Perfect evening. Perfect evening indeed. And then this one I have to write down. John Common. The Eumenides Orestia trial. EUMENIDES/Orestia trial. Okay. So, with that said, we're caught up. Now we can get in the subject matter. We're going to swoop again. I've got the swoop this time, Ian. Thank you very much. So, intellectual property law.
Yeah.
Intellectual property law is, well, it predates the Constitution. It actually is common law. Intellectual property is property. It's things that you have in your brain that you outwardly express or pull out of your brain, and it becomes a property interest that you have going forward. Now,
Yeah. Patent law was invented in Venice, and I want to say the 1400 sometime.
Really?
I read the original Patent Act, because of course I did, in Venice. Yeah, so patents were invented in Venice. I don't remember when copyrights were invented. Trademarks, I know the royal decree at one point, but I don't remember how far back they go. But yeah, I think trademarks were invented by the English. One of the kings established one.
Well, it makes sense that we adopted a lot of them in common law as we created our legal system. And the foundation for federal governance of this is actually constitutional. Let me pull this up.
Just in case you think that bad ideas are a recent thing.
Oh,
well, that's not a terrible idea. This is page 2 of the Constitution. This is Article 1. And what you can barely see is that little thing called Section 8. And this is actually memorialized in there. And because we can't read that script,
to establish for limited times authors and inventors their writings and discoveries.
No, it's not a limited time. It's always getting extended time.
Well, that was ruled. That's a Ginsburg opinion. So here's Section 8, Article 1, Section 8. This is authority granted to Congress to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. This is the foundation of the U.S. government's rights, rather the authority for Congress to govern and dictate concerning copyright. Why are we talking about intellectual property, which is inherently boring and almost deprived us of a dear friend, Kurt, who worked for the patent office for a long time, and it messed with him, messed with all of us. Intellectual property is dark. I'm doing a terrible job at this, Kurt. Help me.
Well, I'm not sure that intellectual property itself is dark. It's just that I had been doing that particular job for 15 years, and there was nothing new for me to learn. So I didn't find it intellectually rewarding anymore. It became very rote.
There we go. Now you can share your intellect with all of us.
Yeah. So I felt like I learned everything there was to learn in my field. But that's not important right now. There was a patent law decision as well today. The patent law decision actually was technically yesterday, was relatively easy. Basically boils down to you can only claim in a patent what you actually invented, which seems pretty basic. And you have to tell people how the
decision.
Well, because they tried to say, here is a method to go about building the thing, but the method is not reliable. So they didn't actually have a consistent method. What they did specifically is they came up with an amino acid which would attach to a particular protein which is associated with bad cholesterol. And because this amino acid would attach to the protein associated with the bad cholesterol, it would be used. Wow, that's disturbing. It would be Remember how we said we were going to stay on topic? Remember how long, how long did that take? 30 seconds? Okay, it's going great, guys.
It's the bee fish.
Anyways, because they came up with 26 particular amino acids. And they said, well, here's how we discovered these 26. So we want a patent for all them that will fit this model. So from the 26, they basically wanted millions. But the patent office, or the U.S. Supreme Court, also agreeing with the patent office and the federal circuit, said, look, you can't do that because your method is basically throw darts at a dartboard. And we know you'll eventually hit the target, eventually, if you throw enough darts. But you don't actually know a better method of doing it than throwing darts. And you want to claim in advance all the places that the dart will hit that will be successful. You know there's somewhere out there, you just don't know where. And that's not really good enough. So that round was relatively easy. So you only get your 26 because it's all you invented. And if someone else comes up with 27 and it happens to be better than 26 that you came up with, sucks to be you because it's all you came up with. So that one was
let's back up, Kurt, because there's 4 different types of intellectual property that are actually protectable.
Yeah.
And the 4 types are, you've got essentially, you have copyright, the expression of artistic,
artisan of an expressive work. It is an expression. So a song, a movie, a book,
a photograph by a photographer, a written work, a live stream. These are expressive works.
Yes.
You have trademark, which is essentially a tradable expression.
It's a right of the name, so that it's ultimately a consumer protection measure, so the consumer knows what they're buying. So whatever your opinion of Apple, for example, is, whatever it is, then you can use that opinion to influence your future decisions. If you think it's a good brand, then you'll think that their products are good. If not, then not. So you have a better idea what you're buying because of your understanding of the brand. So it's all about brand name.
And oddly enough, trademark protection didn't come about from the Constitution. Trademark protection had to be statutory, and that had to be under the Commerce Clause because it was trade, the tradable image, tradable brand.
Correct.
Then you have trade secrets, which are separate. Those are not really things that you register. Those are things they're just private and protected by the company that creates them or the person that created them.
You have to, but the catch to trade secret is that they can be reverse engineered. So you only get the protection as long as you are able to keep it secret. So if someone else figures it out, then then that's the deal.
And then you have a patent, which is a process.
Right. So that is sort of the exact opposite of a trade secret. Basically, you make it public. You tell everyone how to make it, but no one else can for 20 years. So in some ways, it's a trade-off. Do you want the 20-year guarantee, or do you want as long as you think that you can get away with, which might not be very long, depending, so, yeah.
Well, and so what we're talking about this evening is copyright, which is things that, people always confuse copyright. They say that's copywritten, but they always refer to it in the wrong way.
Right.
Copyright
is the right to copy. Yeah, copyright is a right. Copyright is literally the right to copy, the right to make copies. That's what it is.
It's more the right to prevent copies.
Yeah, well, whatever. Either way.
Well, it's the right to bestow upon somebody your possessive interest, your property interest, to copy their interest.
So I can walk through the facts of this case if you'd like to try to give everyone a background on it.
Let's do this. But what I want to do when you're doing that is I want to kind of give context. So, and this might help you. So there's an image taken by a photographer, Goldsmith.
Correct.
Lynn Goldsmith.
Yeah.
Lynn Goldsmith took this photograph.
1984, I think.
Yeah, the photograph predated Prince's passing, correct?
Oh no, this was at the start of Prince's career.
Yes.
This was at the start of Chris. This is early 80s, at the start of Prince's career.
And now Vanity Fair licensed and paid for this photograph.
Well, yes. Yeah. So in 1984, when Prince was at the start of his career, the Vanity Fair came into knowledge of this photograph. They wanted to make a front page cover covering what was then an up-and-coming artist, Prince. They didn't want to use the photograph itself. They commissioned Andy Warhol to make a painting based on the photograph, with the permission of the photographer. So they got the photographer's permission. Andy Warhol made a painting based on the photograph that Vanity Fair then used as their front page cover. So that was 1984 is when that happened. And that was the Purple Prince was what they printed in 1984.
Okay, let me pull that image up because I have that, because that's a specific one. The next one I have is a little bit different.
Right.
Because the next one I have is the derivatives.
Yes. But we need to start where it starts. Okay, so
This is where it starts.
This is 1984. This is at the start of Prince's career. And they published this painting is by Andy Warhol, which was a commissioned work that Vanity Fair hired him to paint based on the photograph. And everyone was happy. It was all with permission. Everything is great. In 1984, everything is great. Then we move on to 2016, which is the next part of the story. All right, so in 2016, Prince has died, and Vanity Fair would like to publish a tribute, a tribute to him in their magazine. And they decide to basically parallel their 1984 cover, as a sort of a throwback. So Vanity Fair had knowledge somehow that Warhol had painted other versions of the painting other than the one that they printed, the purple one. The purple one was the one that was authorized. Warhol made 16 paintings for whatever reason. Maybe he was experimenting with different colors or trying different things out to find something he liked. Here are some of them. So these are all Warhol trying to find something that he liked and to pick one. So Vanity Fair comes into knowledge that these exist and okay, we like the orange one. Let's use the orange one in our 2016 edition. Unfortunately, they didn't bother to get the permission of the photographer. The photographer had licensed the one-off, the purple one. And they didn't get permission from the photographer for the orange one. So the photographer is now mad at the copyright infringement by Warhol for this licensing scheme.
So setting up this photograph probably took a great deal of effort by the photographer. Then
Either way,
staging the photograph, doing all of these things.
Ultimately, that doesn't matter. It could have just
work.
been the photographer leans over and snaps a picture.
Effort is irrelevant.
Even so, it's not effort, but this is the photographer's original work. Like that, there's no question. That's original in nature. The photographer created it. That's it.
The critical thing is that the photographer is not a monkey.
Yes,
or AI, but
it's a
that
human
question
being.
is
that's
for debate.
That's going to definitely be at the end of this discussion. We
Yes.
get into the AI stuff, but we're not going to touch that now because we can't get into that to the end.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay. So they sue for copyright infringement, arguing that this was unlicensed. And Warhol's estate, because at this point Warhol's dead, at this point Warhol's estate argues fair use. This is their defense. All right. They're not saying it's licensed. They're not saying it's permission. They're saying fair use. They're saying our paintings are so different than the photographers that our paintings are fair use. So we didn't actually need a license at all in the first place. The whole license we struck in 1984 was completely unnecessary. We didn't need one then. We don't need one now. We can just do it because we feel like it. All right. This was their argument. The lower court ruled that it was transformative, and therefore there was new expression in the work. And then the Supreme Court has to decide on a fairly narrow issue, because there are 4 different elements to copyright fair use. Only one of the issues is appealed. So there are other aspects of fair use that could be analyzed, but the Supreme Court is only asked to consider one aspect of fair use. So ultimately, this will have to go down for further analysis because it now has to be rebalanced. But the question they're asked is the first factor, and basically this transformative factor. So yeah, if you go to the fair use analysis, this is great. Go to the section 1 here. The purpose and character of the use, including what such use is of a commercial nature, is non-for-profit. And what has been sort of derived out of this is this idea of a transformative use. So commercial is a factor, and also whether it's sufficiently transformative. Now, What the Supreme Court basically is writing in the new opinion is that transformative is not the end all be all that I think a lot of us in IP world thought it was. There seems to be, like, for the last 30 years, give or take, the overall thrust of copyright analysis has been tending towards increasing looking at this transformative factor to the point where transformative has essentially become dispositive. If it is transformative, we don't need to look at anything else. So the Supreme Court basically says that's wrong two ways. First, they say that this is not sufficiently transformative, which is a dispute with the defense, by the way.
Would
But
this help
more
you
the point
if I
they
pulled the syllabus up?
Not really.
Okay, keep going.
But they say first, it's not sufficiently transformative. But even if it was transformative, you still have to look at the other factors. So in some ways, the Supreme Court seems to be reviving cases that are about more than 30 years old, give or take. Because if you go back about 30 years, the Supreme Court was looking much more at commercial use. Is it commercial or not? Are you getting paid? If you go back 30 years before that, if you go back before, say, the 90s or mid 80s, whether it's commercial or not is the factor. Are you being paid is the factor. That's what the courts are looking to. If it's commercial or not, that's the end. After that, they're looking at transformative. And the court is saying, no, these are not either or. Now that's in a balance. So the overall takeaway of this is fair use analysis just became a lot harder and a lot more fact specific.
Yeah.
So it is much more, even more than it was Thursday morning. It is much more, it depends. In a way
Lovely.
that I think makes things really unclear. So fun.
So the factor part, because this is the thing. When district courts see these cases,
yeah,
they are applying a set of factors or standards, and they really don't like to reach the factual analysis if they don't have to.
Yeah.
I don't mean to say that negatively. Well, that's a false statement. I mean to say that entirely negatively. District court judges are, in my opinion, if any are listening, I'm sorry, really lazy. If they can avoid a case, they avoid a case. If they can avoid factual dispute, they avoid factual dispute. So if they can kick it out on the law, they kick it out on the law.
Efficiency, right? They're efficient. They're not lazy. They're efficient.
It is. What the Supreme Court did was Supreme Court was like, hey, district courts, you have a lot more work right now.
Yeah.
Like a lot more. So I'm going to pull up the syllabus of the opinion real quick. It was written by Sotomayor, which she got to write the opinion. I've never really been a fan of her writing. I find it convoluted.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make the district court judge's job any easier, because you need kind of clear and concise language. Honestly, like a Thomas decision, like that's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, get them out here. Yeah. Held the purpose and character of the Warhol Foundation's use of Goldsmith photos and commercially licensing orange prints to Condé Nast does not favor AWS's fair use defense. That's the holding. Like, really? Like, that's the sentence?
Yeah. I mean, that's all legally correct, but it's not exactly the most clearly, doesn't roll off the tongue, does it?
No, and it doesn't favor, this is the part, like does not favor the defense. Well, are you actually giving a standard, or are you just saying this case applying these facts with this loose interpretation?
I think more the second one, but also the language is strictly speaking qualified correctly, because the Supreme Court, well, I don't know if can't is exactly correct, but it is not supposed to. The Supreme Court is in this case not supposed to say this is fair use or is not fair use, because the entire fair use defense wasn't appealed. The Supreme Court wasn't asked, okay, here's the entire fair use, please pass on fair use. They were asked only very specifically about one factor of the test, factor one. So the Supreme Court to some extent can't say it is fair use or not fair use, all they can really say, because it's all they were asked, is whether factor 1 favors fair use. And they say, no, it doesn't favor. Now, lower court, please consider that decision in light of the 3 other factors and, figure that out. So they saying do not favor is correct because it is at least hypothetically possible that they could lose this factor completely and still win the case.
Yeah.
Because
So-
there are other factors to balance into the analysis.
And to her credit, Sotomayor goes on and kind of explains that the contention is that the works are transformative.
Yeah.
In that the fair use factor weighs in their favor. So if you're balancing all 4 factors, they want you to believe that this one should be weighed in their favor.
Right. And which would have been a proper argument up until Thursday morning, because I think it is correct that before Thursday morning, transformative is kind of the end of the game. If you get transformative, you win. So AWF saying we have transformative, we win, was a proper line of argument until yesterday.
Yep. And this is where it starts to get even more muddy.
Yeah.
So an allegedly infringing use has
Yeah.
a further purpose or a different character, which is a
Yeah.
matter of degree, more facts,
Yeah.
and the degree of difference must be weighed against other considerations,
Yeah.
like commercialism. You realize you didn't give a list. You just said like commercialisms and other considerations. This world of copyright and fair use just became
even more harder, even more complicated.
Oh, don't worry. They're going to let that be sorted out in like 1,000 cases, each of which will cost about $60,000 to litigate.
You think it'll be that cheap?
Well, I mean, the ones that don't go to the Supreme Court, sure.
millions.
I'm assuming like
this is
60 grand is your bottom floor.
Look, I read this decision. I read this decision and my brain melded. Okay.
Yeah, because it's exceedingly complex. And the thing is, you know who has a vested interest in protecting IP?
Yeah.
Disney.
Companies that purchase it, who have a lot of money to spend at defending IP.
Yeah. And I'm not sure that they're wrong. It's just very inconvenient because it became so much harder to implement. If you came to me with a question on a fair use and I'm supposed to write an opinion letter, like you're a client and like, I'd like to do this thing. Can I do this thing? Is it fair use? Like, I'm gonna have to charge you more money because, yeah.
Well, a lot.
Wow.
So the other thing is, interestingly enough, did you guys
get out of my office?
Have you guys heard the Happy Birthday IP story?
Yeah, they
Yes.
finally, yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that a great? Well, Kurt, what was the most recent? What's the most recent outcome of that? Because I remember the history. I just don't know.
They
where it stands.
abandoned their copyright claim about 10 years ago or so.
Good, because they needed to abandon it because if it was going to come up on litigation, they were going to lose. Because in 1858, I think, 3 sisters created a song, which was "Good Morning to You."
Good morning to you. Good morning, to you.
to you.
Good morning, dear children. Good morning,
Good morning
to you.
Yep. So they created a song in 1858, I think. And then in 1914, after 2 of the sisters had passed, the last surviving sister went and applied for the copyright and said, "This is my song. This is the song that my sister created it. We put the lyrics to it." What's interesting about this is, did you know that Happy Birthday, that song, Happy Birthday to You, that's a waltz?
Yep.
I mean, it makes sense. I never thought about it, but yeah, now you say that makes sense.
It's a perfect waltz. Like,
Yeah, it
apparently
is.
people will teach waltz dances to that song.
Yeah,
Interesting.
So oddly enough, at some point in 1914, the song itself gets copywritten or copyrighted. And then they start enforcing it all abroad. And the depots in that case just disappears. It kind of gets dismissed without any real determinative ending. But in the depots of the case, it's like, yeah, we substituted the words "Good morning to you" for everything, like "Happy Birthday" or all these other things. And you're starting to get in the gray area of copyright. Well, they started enforcing it. And you know who ended up buying the copyright?
Was that Time Warner?
Yeah. Time Warner buys it, and they buy it, they license it rather in perpetuity, essentially. And the Hill Foundation gets set up as a trust for the benefit, or established by the last surviving Hill family member.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is they were reaping $2 million a year in royalties. People were licensing Happy Birthday to You, to the point where when you go to,
I think Time Warner was getting like $2 million a year.
Yeah.
And they were still enforcing it.
Yeah. And if you go to a restaurant, there's a reason why main franchise restaurants don't sing Happy Birthday, why they have their own little knockoff version of it.
Yeah.
Because they don't want the risk to the they want that risk. So copyright survives under current law for the life of the person who created it, plus 70 years after their death.
Yep. It's way too long, but that's personal grievance.
I mean, I think it should be like 10 years.
It was 14 plus 14 when we created it in 1790. That was fine. We could go back to that.
Well, there's competing
10 years, and then every 5 years, the registration price doubles. If you want, like, you've got to pay to renew it, and the price doubles.
Well, there's competing interests at play, because what's interesting
there aren't.
Yeah, there are. You want to preserve the right for someone who creates something to profit off of that thing they created before you automatically turn it into fair game for everybody else who has a new process.
The whole point of copyright is to get more material into the public domain. It's
yes
not,
and no, but
it
it
shouldn't be,
Ian.
Because if it's just a gift from the government,
it's their property. Tell me, no, you're starting from the wrong premise. You are starting from the wrong premise.
No, I'm not. I'm starting from the premise that everything absent government action is public domain. And it's the government that says you can't do this as a gift to encourage certain activities.
No, different. If I create something and you take that thing, do nothing to it, and sell it on your own behalf, you have taken something that is mine, my property, and you have stolen. You have appropriated it for your own benefit.
Sure, and that's allowed in like every other field.
I can sue you to get that back.
In every other field. It's encouraged, in fact,
Kurt
in every other field.
Freaking loving this. Kurt needs popcorn. He does. Kurt needs popcorn. Kurt is just like, have at it. No, it is not. You have to respect individual property rights. Individual property rights, I'm sorry, at least to some extent, have to exist.
Right exists is because of the statutes, though.
No, they don't. Individual property rights are inherent in the person in the U.S. system.
No, the only reason this property right, not all property rights.
False. It was recognized before this.
It was created at a it was created by
common
statute.
law system generations ago. Yes, it exists. It's a property right. It's an ownership interest.
It was created by statute. It's not a thing that's existed throughout time. It was created by statute.
No, false. It was created well before statutes existed to create the thing.
You're wrong,
It was recognized. Kurt just said a freaking long ass time ago, copyright, patent, these things existed. They predated a lot of government intervention on the issue. People had intellectual rights
down
to
to
their property.
1709.
Oh.
We have a precise date for this. It's the Statute of Anne. We have a specific date when this happened.
So there's a recognition of a property right. That becomes inherent in American jurisprudence. It exists prior to the Constitution coming into play, which says the federal government now has power to regulate it.
But if you
repeal
these statutes,
prior to that, it's a
goes
property
away.
right. You can't deprive someone of their property interest without due process. You have to have a process in place to do that. And the Constitution spells that out. It says temporary. You cannot this can't exist in perpetuity, but they can temporarily restrict the sale and use of this in the commercial space.
It allows them to create these copyrights, but it doesn't mandate their existence. It's
because they exist. They don't need to be mandated. They exist.
They exist because the statutes exist.
No, that's in Supreme Court case law. That's not true. They exist, period.
If you repeal all these statutes, copyright goes away.
Kurt is so happy right now. God.
The thing is that the copyright is fundamentally different from most property interests. Like, I own this pickle, and the reason why it's different is that this is a unique pickle. You can't just duplicate this pickle through act of will. So we're talking about non-rivalrous goods, and what that means is that there is an infinite number of potential pickles that you can copy infinitely, if this was a piece of data.
What about Biff Blue Balls? Did we talk about Biff Blue Balls? Is this not protectable?
You could make copies of that infinitely. And I mean, here's the thing. Like, at the basic level, the assumption is that things are copyable. For example, your hat. The design of, like, how to make a hat.
I don't have a hat. What are you talking about?
Well, this hat has some protectable elements and a lot of unprotectable elements. If you create a new, like a design for clothing, patterns themselves are not typically protectable. But this is, and like patents exist as a special protection for something that is otherwise not protectable. If you invent something and you don't apply for a patent, the default rule is that any human on the planet is free to copy it, and they can and do.
Which is why artists used to mail themselves their song lyrics and
no, they did that because they're dumb. Artists did that because they are dumb and don't understand copyright. The mailing yourself something was never a good idea. That was always stupid. That was what they called poor man's copyright registration.
This is false. I have not lost. I have not lost this argument. No, this is Kurt, can you weigh in? Can you unmute yourself and weigh in? No, Kurt's just like, nope, not going here. God, oh.
So we could go back to discussing the nuances of the decision if you like.
Let's go back to the decision, but also I'm right.
Yeah. So the Supreme Court talks a lot about how this is also a multi-factor analysis. There's a 4-factor test in the fair use analysis. The statute itself notes the 4 factors are non-exclusive, which of course means there are other factors that we're not going to tell you about that you could also add in this equation. The Supreme Court notes that transformativeness is also a matter of degree, because you could go from, a nature of what? Who's laughing? What?
No,
I give up.
They're laughing at the chat, fighting
I'm
over
laughing
who
at
won
the
the
chat.
argument. They're laughing at the fight. They're laughing at who won the argument. People are telling me to take deep breaths. People are saying mom and dad are fighting. People are saying they're not laughing at you, buddy. They're laughing at us.
I'm laughing at the chat.
Yeah. So it all becomes a lot more complicated because transformative is on a spectrum, and the dissenting opinion sort of chides the majority for the conclusion that the Warhol work is not sufficiently transformative relative to the photograph. But I think the majority is probably right, because the problem is that you can't make it transformative because it's Warhol, right? Yeah. You can't say it's transformative because Warhol did it really, really well. Because to the extent you're talking about transformative or copyright or fair use, this is supposed to be something that applies to everyone all the same. Talent and skill is not the right standard. That's why a photograph taken by me and a photograph taken by Ansel Adams or someone is subject to the same copyright, because it's the same fundamental protection. The ability to express it more completely might make its market value different, but doesn't change its underlying rights. In the same way that ownership of land doesn't change just because a piece of land is more valuable. It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
If a piece of land is worth $1 billion or $100, like the fundamental rights are the same relative to its market value. Well, so I think that the majority is ultimately right, because if you look at the photograph and you look at the painting from Warhol, they're obviously closely connected. They're obviously, one is obviously a derivative. It is a imaginative derivative, but it is not so different that you wouldn't make the connection.
Can I?
And so
can
I think that's part of it.
Can I try an analogy? So Salt Bay, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He does his little flash.
Yeah.
If someone walked in having made a steak on their own homemade Weber grill, walked in, and Salt Bay does his little, just the splash of salt over top of it. That's it. That's all he did. He filmed the splash over top of it. Did Salt Bay transform that into something that he then made?
He doesn't get IP over a steak.
I understand that, but the concept is basically
the Salt Baying a photograph, like some parallel where we're Salt Baying whatever a photograph would be.
Yeah, it's like the photograph.
Okay.
You're Salt Baying a photograph. You're taking a photograph that existed, and all you're doing is the Salt Bay. You're doing the.
No, I think the answer is no. I think
but
the
that's
answer
what
is no.
that's what this
the
opinion
steak
was.
the steak is still a steak. The photograph is still the photograph. Whatever Salt Bay is in this analogy. Yeah. The dissent chides the majority for saying this is basically nothing more than a Photoshop filter, basically. But I think they're right in sort of the balance of the thing. Where it becomes, and transformative is obviously a matter of degree, because you could have, and also they point out that this is not parody, because to be parody,
that needed to be pointed out,
because they cite this case Campbell, which dealt with the Oh Pretty Woman, 2 Live Crew cake. The thing is that viewing the painting does not invoke the image, because if you don't know the image exists, then there's no reason looking at the photograph that it would bring the image to mind.
Well,
whereas
that's a clarification. You have to clarify that, because when you're doing parody, the law kind of
a parody has to comment and critique on the thing, so that the parody doesn't even make any sense without understanding the underlying thing. So Barbie Girl, maybe good example, song by Aqua, parodying the Barbie Girl by saying, our Barbie Girl, this is what she's really like. Spaceballs, maybe. Because it evokes
Spaceballs.
I think Spaceballs is actually a weak example, because
maybe
it's actually a watchable movie, even if you don't know Star Wars.
It totally is. It totally is.
Are we comparing it to all of Star Wars when we talk about watchability?
Oh, it's
actually
nice
more watchable on its own than some of the Star Wars movies.
I think that's fair.
That's Kurt's point. Yep, that's fair.
Yeah.
Spaceballs, the flamethrower.
I hate to add this question to the mix.
So it's not parody because the work can stand on its own, and so it doesn't get the same protection as parody would.
So Ian made the reference earlier to something like the statute. Well, rather that you couldn't copyright something that Monkeys made. Now, Monkeys making it was actually something within a Supreme Court opinion.
That was the reference.
No. I thought it was the Supreme Court. It was Ninth Circuit.
It was Ninth Circuit that said that Monkeys could have made it. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that said that you couldn't copyright something that Monkeys
Naruto, the monkey
computerized process made.
Oh well, that is with the computerized process. Yeah, the U.S. Supreme Court's talked about that before. I thought you meant the literal example. So
my question is, has that spectrum shifted on the AI process?
Yeah, no, I don't know. So I am obviously less confident today than I would have been Wednesday night about my analysis, my opinion about Midjourney. My opinion Wednesday night was that my view was that Midjourney, for example, is very transformative, and because of my perception, which the Supreme Court's opinion seems to indicate was not an uncommon perception, that transformative had become to the point of being the end all be all. I'm like, this is so transformative that this is an easy analysis. That analysis is now more complicated. So I am no longer as confident as a result. And I still have, because obviously Midjourney is commercial in nature. The works they're using are often commercial in nature. They're subject to licensing owned by Getty Images, for example. Getty Images is suing. Those are commercial images. So they're using commercial images for the purposes of making a derivative work. And are those derivative or transformative? And even if they are transformative, is that enough? Is no longer clear. So I am not confident, as confident in my opinion that I was Wednesday. What I think is happening, and this is a bit of a speculation, but what I think is happening is the Supreme Court is giving themselves a little bit of breathing room for the future. I think the Supreme Court is worried about some of this AI art technology and is diminishing the importance of the transformative factor and reinvigorating the importance of the commercial factor,
The commerciality.
to give them breathing room when it comes to some of this AI stuff, which they know is coming down the pike. I think that's what's going on. That's the meta.
Because to
opinion.
basically take something that was not commerciable and create a commercial product by different.
Well, it was commercial in a lot of those cases because they take commercial works.
Well, I
and
mean, with the
transform them
AI
into something
stuff.
else.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, they're taking
Well,
commercial
so-
works and transforming them into other commercial works.
Does Midjourney open themselves up to, because in order to discover kind of how much the transformation occurred, you have to open up to the algorithm and the process of creating that new image,
Well,
which is trade secret stuff.
Oh, this is
Well,
so
it's not just
messy.
trade
I
secrets,
love it.
It's black.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
so messy.
well, some of
It's
that
not
you can. Well, actually, you don't necessarily need to know the algorithm because the Supreme Court talks about this as well. They talk about it's not a subjective inquiry; it's objective inquiry. So it doesn't matter what Warhol was trying to do. You can just tell it from the results. So actually, discovery of the algorithm of Midjourney is maybe irrelevant because
And
you might
also-
be what the Supreme Court seems to
Outside
be
looking
saying is
in.
I can simply look at the output, compare it to the input, and I don't need to know anything about how the output came from the input. I just look at the output and say, well, how does that compare to the input, and how it came is irrelevant.
The thing is also if they were asked to like produce the algorithm for Midjourney,
Yeah,
they literally can't.
yeah,
It's a black box. It's
Yeah.
the AI has developed rules
yeah,
that we can't reverse translate. We
Yeah.
have no means to do that.
yeah,
And so it's literally just this is an unknowable
Yeah.
data plot.
yeah. And in
Here's-
this respect, it's not wholly different than a human being because a human being might not be able to describe their own algorithm of how they came about to creating a work. How did you create this painting? Well, I don't fully know the answer to that question. You might have some insights, but you probably don't fully know the answer to that question.
I actually find it very difficult to differentiate Midjourney's process from the
Yeah.
process of a human being.
I think that's
Because
fair. I think it's
people are
very
like,
fair.
Midjourney looks at all these images. Have you ever heard of an artist who didn't look at a ton of art and a ton of
So-
paintings and a ton
so
of
is-
whatever?
Is Midjourney creating a non-ownable, a non-copyrightable image?
Well,
was
that
the
is a
rule
different
so
question than
far.
the infringement question.
See? You
That's a different question than the infringement question. I am still strongly of the view that Midjourney's images are not copyrightable.
I
I
agree
would
with that.
agree with
But whether
that.
they're copyright infringement is a different question.
Yeah.
But could a court in this United States, oh God, district court judges, I'm thinking of all of them. Yeah, never mind. I take that back.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a district court judge that could grant copyright to Midjourney.
What you might end up seeing is, in fact,
Yeah, no, you can see that coming out of California. I could see some hippie judge out there doing that. That sounds good.
what
Nice
you might
to
end
say
up
that was fun
seeing.
to us.
What you might end up seeing, though, is some statutory thing that grants a property interest that had not previously existed to, for
Yeah.
instance,
That's-
Midjourney Incorporated and
And that's
Stable
even
diffusion.
scarier, Ian.
But you know what you do? You know what you do if
Well,
that happens.
that really
You know what-
illustrates how
you
much
know
you
what-
were wrong previously about
But-
the indication of
but
this as a.
I have one more trick up my sleeve. I have one
Uh-oh.
more
Let me see
trick
the
up my
trick.
sleeve.
He's got another trick.
If Congress passes the Copyright for Midjourney Act, my it's like you don't have copyright. Okay, but the Copyright for Midjourney Act. The Copyright for Midjourney Act is unconstitutional. The Constitution only allows Congress to extend to authors
Yeah.
and inventors
Uh-huh. Which
their
is
writings and
refers
discovery,
under
which
the
is
definition.
people.
Yeah,
which is
under
people.
definitions that
The
existed.
Copyright for Midjourney Act is unconstitutional.
Is it
Yeah.
unconstitutional
It would be.
Booyah.
in the sense that is there a provision that prevents them from creating laws that are not specifically allowed?
Well,
It's
actually,
enumerated
that's-
powers. The entire
yeah,
concept
there,
of enumerated
yeah.
powers. I just threw
However-
enumerated powers in your face and called it a day.
However, Kurt, let me push back for a second because depending on who's on the bench when this happens.
Oh yeah,
there's
well,
an
you know what?
extension of Commerce Clause. Commerce Clause can cover all things.
Yeah, well,
Also, can't a corporation be a person?
I can see them trying to bury this in the Commerce Clause, but I'm going to try to use the specific to overcome the general. They're going to try to bury this in the Commerce Clause and say, okay, we have power over interstate commerce, so we can grant the same way trademark. We can grant it under the Commerce Clause. I'm like, no, you can't, because the specific overrules the general. The specific power to grant patents and copyrights implies necessarily it's not part of the general commerce power, so you can't bury it in Commerce Clause.
What if they
So go
grant
away.
legal person? What if they grant legal personhood
Can't do that.
to AI constructs?
Can't.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
we've already
That
done
would
it
have
with
to be by
All
corporations.
right, I'm putting the law
Now,
level
no,
up
David,
again.
I have a question. I have a question before you go.
Well, if you want to create, if you want, well, you can't change what people are by statute, and we have some experience
Amendment.
with this. Incidentally,
It has to be
the
amendment.
14th Amendment was a pretty good
It has
clue.
to
You
be
know, if you want to change what people are, you have to
Can't
amend the
remove-
Constitution for that. We've done
Yes.
it before.
14th Amendment says you
Woof.
can't remove personhood. It doesn't say you can't
No,
grant
wait,
it.
no. Section 1 says that people
really
born in the United States are subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
was
It says in the United
specific. It was
States.
very
It's
specific.
it's changing who people are. That's exactly what it did.
Yeah, it was a very specific definition of people. Like the
Yeah.
14th Amendment, it's when you read it again, you're like, oh shit, like that was really a thing. And you're like, yeah, that was really a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's,
yes.
no
yes.
person shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. Not, it doesn't say you can't grant personhood to, for instance, this pickle.
Well, can you take the freaking pickle out of it?
I think, well,
Oh, son of a-
This pickle now has freedom of speech.
Pickles are people now.
Oh, pickles are not people.
I'm
Pickles
going to
are
go
not
with
people.
no, Ian. I'm going to
Pickles are not people. I need merch. Pickles are not
I'm going to
people.
fight you on your pickles are people now.
I don't
Pickles are
think
not
it's a
sorry.
14th Amendment issue, though. That's the
No, but-
thing. Is 14th
Too late, it's a
Amendment is
hashtag.
specific.
I had a question for David. That was actually kind of relevant, and I
Yes.
almost forgot it. I'm trying to remember. So, being on stream, hearing all of this back and forth over all, no, the pickle does not. Being present for all the back and forth over the copyright issue. I know
Yes.
that you've had your opinions on Wizards of the Coast, and the implications of copyright and claiming that over all of the gaming Dungeons and Dragons.
Right.
How does this play out as far as you're concerned with gaming and role-playing game?
Well,
I've
I mean,
got
so,
rants about this.
I want to hear it.
I-
I want to hear David go off.
so the whole everything that we're talking about, I'm trying to put it in the perspective first of like my clientele and businesses, like, so just small businesses and everything that like we operate in that sphere. So that's fascinating all on its own, and it just opens up a whole lot more opportunity for litigation, depending on how this all goes down. It's just like the last time I was on and we were talking about how AI is changing the world, and it's like, yikes, this is exciting.
This is scary. I don't like being here anymore. I don't want to be here.
It's but like my big thing and what I'm doing right now, we're putting together, we have Lawyers and Dragons, and then I've been developing our own like tabletop game with its own lore, which was previously used in playing Dungeons and Dragons, like when we played season 1 of Lawyers and Dragons. So these things are like kind of overlapping, but not in a way that Hasbro should be able to claim anything. But we're getting into that area where people will start being able to make claims. And that was my fear with everything that was happening a couple months back. That's the scary part is
the problem with the role-playing game industry is that fundamentally mechanics are not protectable because they're math.
Yeah.
You can't own math. And so the concept of a statistic that represents how physically strong your character is and which gives you bonuses to certain roles. None of that is protectable. And in fact, the concept of using a D20 to generate those rolls and that, that it's going to go up in 5% increments, none of that is protectable. But calling those stats to represent your character, strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma,
right,
might, and I say might, because
That's
this
a
is when you're
big
getting
might.
into
That's
a terrifying gray area.
That's process.
This is actually why one of the things I'm doing on the Role of Law channel right now, Paizo is pushing for the ORC license. And I think the ORC license is a fucking mistake. Sorry, you're 140 in.
Which is insane. It's
YouTube
insane
censors?
because of how they're
Imagine
marketing
I say
it.
that 20 minutes later. But
This I have to this is just made me laugh.
But I'm pushing the ELF license, and the ELF license is a much less restrictive license. So I'm trying to encourage the use of the ELF license to
Not the
basically
org.
say, listen, we're not going to sue over you using the basic API elements, essentially, of the game. So third-party creators, you can make what you want. We're not going to sue you for it.
Which
But
brings
right
up
now-
a different question: is when does it come to a point where you need a license?
Nobody knows.
That's
the problem.
that's
the
what
hard
Kurt was
part.
saying. That's what Kurt was saying. Like that's the problem for all creators right now. And what Kurt was really alluding to was every single creator who's making something, you're rolling. I don't mean to say it this way. You're rolling the dice. You really are, because you could have and this is the problem with a lot of IP law is the people who own the IP are generally speaking people who have the means to sue to protect it. They have the money. Think Time Warner birthday song. They sued over that. They sued over that a lot. They did,
I mean,
and
not
they won.
necessarily. I own a ton of IP, and I can tell you I cannot launch a $500,000 lawsuit. So if Disney decided to make Runkle the Elf as a character, and it looks exactly like me, I'd be looking for a lawyer to take it on contingency, because there's no freaking way I'm suing Disney out of my own pockets. Because I can tell you that the only thing my pockets contain is like cartoon moths. I open my wallet.
I
it's like a
think what
moth
this
flies
decision
out.
did. I think what this decision did as a practical matter is it made it a lot easier for me to cite like a dozen other cases that I wasn't able to really use before, because it kind of been it'd been rendered. It'd been left by the wayside, I think is the best way to put it. We kind of forgot that they exist, and then the courts weren't really using them. But this case, because it refocuses on the commercial factor, this case gives me the linchpin necessary to now cite those cases that I couldn't really use before, and actually hammer them at the district court and be like, hey, as an IP holder, here's 12 other reasons that you should be deciding for me that I can now bring into this argument. So
that's a good point.
It makes the copyright holder. It's definitely an IP maximalist position, because it makes the copyright holder's ability to argue easier and the fair use harder. So, yeah,
it's just I think it's going to get. I think it's going to start with things like Midjourney and AI art, but it's only a matter of time before things like chat.
I mean, it would
GPT can be
absolutely.
questioned too.
I would absolutely put this into my complaint as Getty Images, for example. I would amend the shit out of my complaint and bring in all this stuff that I couldn't really use
sue
before.
everybody.
But let's imagine Nate wants to sue you over playing those, over playing the timeline things. Nate's case just got a lot easier. So Nate's gonna sue you. He's gonna own your house.
It's a nice house too.
It is. I've been there. It's a great house.
Yeah. Just by the way, as a little bit of a plug for my channel, I cover this kind of stuff all the time. I covered 7 U.S. Supreme Court cases today on my channel in detail to make sure that people know all the things and going through all the law that you want to know. So, hey, we cover all kinds of fun legal analysis. So if you want hardcore law, come over to my channel. We break it all down. It's fun times on uncivil law. Good times.
I go to uncivil law when I have questions about some of these things. So
yeah,
both in the sense of like sending Kurt a DM going, please explain this to me like I'm an idiot, and also just watching his channel.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But also, I'm right on the copyright point.
Sure.
While Rob's away.
Sure. Whatever. It's great.
I think it's crazy. I think it's gonna be wild
Heard
for a
that.
while there.
You
I know
lost.
you did.
You lost. No,
Nope.
honestly,
Winning.
and I asked Kurt to be on here because I needed to have this discussion because I know that a lot of people think this is boring. I think this is really freaking interesting. For me, this is really interesting. This is oh damn it, Ian. I'm gonna chat. If you let me down, I swear to you, I will not live stream. You will never see the hair again. You will never see the hair again if you let me down. There never again. Here's the thing.
Winning.
The thing is, the simple fact that you need to threaten the chat instead of saying, you know that my arguments are good, indicates something right there.
Ooh.
This is and chat. You have. There you go. You'll never see the hair again. Just saying. Just saying. It's not a hard question, folks. It's not a hard question. It's not a hard question. But no, I know that a lot of people think this is boring. I know a lot of people think it's boring. It's not. It's really not. This has really major implications. This specific case has a heck of a lot of implications for a lot of people, from people like David, who does all types of content that deals with this, to Ian, to Kurt, to me, to you guys. I just referenced the Happy Birthday song. Happy birthday to you. Singing that in a restaurant for an audience could have gotten you sued 10 years ago before they abandoned that.
No.
Just saying, this stuff it's real. It's silly, but it's important. So
it's a pretty
major
major change on copyright law, and it's going to lead to a lot more complexity, and it's going to lead to a lot. I think it's just going to lead to a lot more confusion, and it becomes so much harder to actually implement this. So
we're gonna see
what's the opposite of a bright line rule? Because that's whatever this is.
A minefield rule.
Yeah.
That's what I call this. Is basically at some point mines start, and you're gonna walk however far into this field you feel comfortable with. But if you get it wrong, you get to get blown up.
Yeah.
I lost audio because I freaking unplugged my. I can't hear anything that's being said right now, which is frustrating because I know that someone's going to say something stupid.
Because I won that argument and Rob can't hear it.
Hashtag winning.
It's like this is really annoying. I really hate this because it's like my fear of not hearing something being said.
Peas and carrots.
There we go.
That's
now
what they
it's
do
back.
on movies.
Now I can hear.
We can move on to other topics if you like.
We can do that. Kristen Russell.
Sorry, Kurt. We don't want to drive you nuts.
This is a very, very, very generous super chat. Thank you very much. A toast to how Pickle and Elf lives matter, and that strange women laying in ponds distributing the swords is a basis for a system of government. Cheers.
Okay.
Cheers.
Excalibur. Yeah.
Okay. That now makes sense. Kristen. God, I'm going to take away your control. I'm going to take away you silver-haired elfin bastard.
I've really been enjoying Legend of Zelda. By the way, it's Tears of the Kingdom. I know we talked about it a little bit last week, but I just want to say
I want to play.
I've really been enjoying it. I've been on no rush to actually try to complete the game in any way. I've just kind of been poking around and doing shrines and towers and stuff. I just today made it to the underground for the first time. I'm like, there's a third whole level of the underground. Cool. So I don't know. I think it's the mechanics. I think it is the ultra handability. No, it's just Nintendo Switch.
Damn it! I don't have a Switch.
I did not like Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was absolutely enormously popular. It didn't do it for me. I never really liked it. I couldn't tell you why exactly. I never even beat it. Like I did all the dungeons and I did shrines and stuff, and I got to the end and lost again, and I'm like, I can't be bothered to try again. You know, I just never liked it. And I tried even replaying it recently as I was waiting for Tears of the Kingdom. Like, it's just not doing it for me. For whatever reason, Tears of the Kingdom, I'm enjoying a shit ton more than Breath of the Wild. It is definitely right up there with one of my favorite games of the Zelda series. So I'm having a fantastic time. And you can also watch me play that sometimes on my YouTube channel.
You guys, every person I brought on stream, like I have them here because they're adding great content. Please go check out their channels. Please, please, please. Runkle of the Bailey, either it's Runkle of the Bailey or Roll of Law. Kurt, Uncivil Law. Uncivil Law, Kurt has been doing daily recaps of
every
stories
morning
you need to hear.
Every morning
There's
we do legal review.
And there's a lot of them. And
then some days like that day goes on forever.
They end with Florida Man, and it's you need a way to start your day. That's a good way to start your day.
Today's Florida man was confronted by the HOA president at their common mailbox. HOA president says, you know, I couldn't help noticing that you left the laundry door open. Would you mind apologizing? Florida man shot him. Then wife comes out the door, shot her too. Both died.
Wow. That escalated quickly.
Yeah.
I was going to tell my HOA story, but
did it end in fatalities?
It had no fatalities.
Okay.
I don't know. Chat, do people want to hear my HOA story?
J.M. McGee, your mother smelled of elderberries. Now leave before I taunt you a second time. That's just I do understand. Yes. Now leave before I taunt you a second time. Okay.
We're no longer the Knights of St.
Oh God. He's got big fangs. And he jumps. Look at the bones.
Chat, I should probably let Rob run the stream here, but if you want to hear the HOA story, remind me on my next Monday stream, which
that's a Monday
not
story.
Be on the 22nd. It'll be on the 29th. I will tell the story of Runkle versus the HOA.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert: you don't fuck with Runkle.
We've kind of known that. Ian, that's like 3 F-bombs within the first 2 hours. You invented the let the spice flow transition.
I'm sorry.
Son of a bee sting.
YouTube censors, imagine that was 8 minutes from now.
Okay, good. Perfect. They do that. They're great on time. Thank you, David. Good name change.
They're as good as you are on time.
Oh God.
We just hope they're on Rob time.
This is fantastic. Yes, it's yeah, God. No, if they were on my time, then like 2 hours starts at like 2 hours and 10 minutes. That's a problem. We need to be on like early time. David, if you please show your channel, please. I know you have stuff coming up. I know we have Lawyers Dragons coming up next Saturday.
A lot of stuff. Starting with Lawyers and Dragons season 2. A lot of fun stuff happening there. Been a long time in the making. A lot of things happening. Next Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, over on not Prototopics, Hogue Law, youtube.com/Hogue Law. We'll be running that show over there, including myself, Rob, Ian, Rick, and Alita, all returning cast members coming back for the start of the new season. And then, if that's not enough gaming nerdiness, we have a brand new game coming out June 1st, our own tabletop role-playing game. We're dropping the rule set for free. It's totally for free. I want everybody trying it, play testing it. I'm super excited about it. It's well over 150 pages right now. We're going to be cranking that down and making sure that fits. But yeah, nerdy, fun stuff. And I'm also going to be starting to do some more streams in the morning talking about like pop culture and Lucasfilm and Indy 5 and disasters in Hollywood.
David, I have a question for Lawyers and Dragons. There was a character that went missing last season. Like he evaporated into the forest. Are we going to see the said character again? Are you allowed to give us a?
So something everybody should know. I don't make the decisions on who comes on stage.
Chad does.
Well, actually, no. Some other people do. Yes.
Yes.
Owners. Actually, you're talking about like copyright stuff. The owners of Lawyers and Dragons make those decisions. I am not the owner of Lawyers and Dragons. I am just
I
the
foresee a black leaf.
writer on it.
I have a crystal ball. Ow, it's fucking heavy too.
You got
Inside
wait a
this
second.
crystal ball.
You got Jamie Lee Curtis in there?
No.
Oh, she's in the new Haunted Mansion movie.
Is she?
Yeah, she's in the crystal ball.
So I have some exciting news. Tomorrow I get to pick up 2 different things.
What are the things?
Thing number 1 is a shotgun.
Oh, that took a turn. There were things that I thought were.
Is 164 bottles of hot sauce.
164 bottles of hot sauce on the wall.
Absolutely on brand.
That,
Can you make shells out of hot sauce?
I'm going to say yes, and I'm also going to say that I have to now.
oh no, this is terrible.
So, one of the things I've been planning to buy for my channel to do a legal review of is a tranquilizer gun. And the problem is that a tranquilizer gun...
And you want me to visit you in Canada.
Well, I'm going to point out that a tranquilizer gun could be really entertaining if you decide to use that for home defense.
And you want me to visit you in Canada.
You would be an invited guest and therefore not subject to home defense.
But I would also be subject to the random bullshit that friends pull on each other all the time.
You would be
that is not outside the realm of possibility.
You would be subject to being taken to the range and being like, let's play with a bunch of weird shit.
That's
Hashtag
fine.
winning.
Am I getting shot with a trank gun at any point in time?
Filled with hot sauce.
Is that a promise?
Signs point to yes.
No.
Kurt pulled out the 8-ball.
I have no particular reason to defend myself against the Rob.
Kurt, or not Kurt, Ian. It's not like I'm not.
I feel like shooting somebody with a
dodged
tranquilizer gun full of hot sauce is not a prank.
The question was, would this happen? And you went with the lawyer answer, which was, I have no reason for it to happen. That's not the actual answer.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I can't foresee a need for self-defense. I can't see a need for
if you showed up with your axe and were trying to attack me with it, then all bets are off. At that point, it's like, okay.
Still not an answer, sir.
Try saying this. No, I will not shoot you with the dart gun.
Yeah, that one.
How about this? No, I will not shoot you with the dart gun. If I am required to shoot you due to self-defense, it'll be with something real.
That's not a thing. I don't like this answer. This answer gets worse and worse and worse. Rob's not being. I'm not being paranoid. Where was it? I'm not being paranoid. I'm not being paranoid. No, this is
Rob's
like a real
listening
thing.
to the answer. Yeah.
I won't shoot you with the dart gun.
General
His wife,
Juggernaut.
however.
I'm gonna DM you right now, and I'm gonna give you a phone number to call me tomorrow, please.
I cannot promise what my wife will do because I have no control over her decisions.
You might be able to influence them.
Yeah. So
I don't think I can actually influence her in a meaningful way. It would just be like, I tell her and she's like, nah, we're not doing that.
You did like take a laser gun and like shoot her with the laser when she had her pants split. Just saying.
I mean, that's just good fun.
She's gonna shoot you with the dart gun.
Learning a lot about Ian tonight, folks. Yeah, don't get shot with the hot sauce trank gun.
Sorry.
Didn't know that was a possibility until tonight.
Well, I didn't realize that was either. That's just really uncomfortable. Oh, look, uncomfortable. Is 8 hours in the car with 3 dogs. Just got back to Dallas from the Ozarks.
That's a hike.
Roswell?
Also, spicy time.
Is it spicy time? Okay. Well, oh God, you were too. You have a 20-minute probationary period because you wasted 2 of those attempts early.
God damn it.
30-minute probationary period. Jessica Reloaded, howdy, Wood Daddy. Jessica, thank you for that, my friend. I'm going to be on Jessica's stream probably next week or the week after. We have to figure out a date, but I'll be on with Jessica Reloaded soon. Crazy Cat Queen, Rob, Orestes Humanities is a Greek play by Oshlis.
Sure.
Those were all terrible pronunciations. Every single one was bad pronunciation. I apologize to everybody for that. Steve-O has written an article on that. That is the username. That's remarkably creative. Maybe take a moment to acknowledge the Law Pope. Indeed, Nick Ricada, the Law Pope, who sent me a picture of him like using a chainsaw, but not using a chainsaw because he's wearing a polo that was really too clean. It was funny. It was really funny. John Kissinger, have you decided what scale, grade, unicorn, Gundam you're going to do, Rob? I have not decided yet. I have to build my lathe that's been sitting in a box for the last 2 weeks. I need to get a lot of things in order. Tiffany Bernier, thank you very much. I'm 36. My son's 13. My husband died last week. TLDRs were direct result of death and facing losing my apartment and by proxy everything in it. May I share donation links? I hate to do this. Tiffany, the DM, I've got Twitter DMs open. If you do that, I'll drop it in the chat and I'll send it to the mods to go ahead and do as well. You've been a ever-present voice in the chat. I'm very, very sorry for your loss. If there's a way that the chat can help, the chat will help. So I'm sorry that you're going through that very much. But DMs are open. Chris Cat Queen, sorry I misspelled Eumenides. Eumenides. First, actually that one I know.
Was that the first argument on the death penalty, Eumenides, or just
yes?
The first? Yeah,
it's actually in famous trials. It's a great website. It's a great jumping off point for anyone ever curious about these old trials. Jumping off point, I say that because it gives you sources to do your primary research yourself if you so choose. I don't think they have Eumenides. Eumenides trial argument, death penalty. Agamemnon was murdered. Philippians prioritizing death. Yes. Punishment was already like a death of another person. Yes, I think you're right. Vez, thank you very much. I miss you guys all, and I miss all you guys in chat. I'll be back soon. Vez, hope you're doing well. Latched Mermaid Mama, is any LawTuber covering Disney versus DeSantis suit?
I've talked about it. I've talked about it a couple times.
What are your thoughts? Oh, a general overview, Kurt.
My best analysis is I think Florida has a slight edge. Also, Legal Mindset has been covering it a lot because he was a Florida transactional attorney, so he's covered it a lot on his channel as well because he knows a lot more about the law specifically. But my knowledge is more generalized. I think Florida has a better end of it, but we'll see.
That one's going to go on for a while.
Yep.
It's not going to be short-lived, I'll tell you that much. Rosalind Duke, thank you very much. Like branding a t-shirt with Daddy Stacks before someone else does, so as to establish date of first use. That was funny. That was a funny when someone came out with that while we were like on stream. Stella Widow, opinion only. Today's Supreme Court is sadly an embarrassing joke.
I disagree strongly.
Disagree strongly. Very strongly. I disagree. Yeah. And Kurt, make your case and I'll make mine.
I find the Supreme Court to be well thought out and well reasoned, and they are the only branch of government that really has to explain their thoughts in detail because they go through the entire analysis, and so much of it's in writing to really show why they're doing certain things. So I find the Supreme Court to be thorough, thoughtful, and for the most part, correct. I certainly disagree with the Supreme Court from time to time. But I have a lot of confidence in them as an institution. So That's what I'd say.
I've been impressed by this court in particular with some of the stitching of opinions that I have not expected to see. Like a lot of these cases have come down, and I have looked at how they've cobbled together a 7-2 or a 6-3, or even some of the 5-4s. They've been very dynamic in who is siding where. And the personality of the justices are coming out in the opinions, but you also see people that are, you have younger justices that are flexing their muscles and finding their voice. And I think that you see just a really cool dynamic. They're going to get opinions wrong. They're going to dodge the issue when they don't want to. That's going to be the Supreme Court for every single court that's ever existed. They have dodged the ones they don't want to answer, and they've gone for the low-hanging fruit all the time.
Yeah.
I will say the dynamic is very curious to watch unfold. The arguments I have found to be, I like the new format. Yes, it's long form as opposed to short form content, but I like the format. And I think you have justices that are authoring some decent opinions, honestly. I wish they would be more assertive from time to time, but the ones where they have been assertive, they've been clear. And that is really important. Even if they get overturned later, it's really important they're clear. So that's my opinion. Tiffany, again, thank you so much. This community always warms my soul with how we help each other in times of need. If we weren't losing everything, I wouldn't even ask. This is my last-ditch effort. Tiffany, DMs are open. If you have the DM capability to my mods, please do the same. Looks like I do have it. I'm going to drop this in the chat. And if the mods wouldn't mind just grabbing that, and maybe you can just recirculate it from time to time, if you don't mind. If you're able, please do. If you're not, don't. If you're able and wanting, please do. But never stretch yourself beyond your own means, please. Angie, thank you. Fun fact, the melody of the Star Spangled Banner is actually from an English pub song.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
I did.
Shufflehound, Justice Uncivil, your ruling, please. He gave his ruling after he abstained to listen through the full oral argument, and it was that both of us were wrong. Happy Hippie, so glad I caught this live. Me too. Sniper's Nest, Kurt versus Sotomayor, cage match. This needs to happen. I would prefer a written cage match because I think the writing styles would be really fun to watch.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
That would. I'm not going to tell you who would win. You guys know who I think who would win. And if you don't, you haven't watched this channel long enough. Nanner, does this apply to ties? Copyright and there's only so many patterns you can create. The neurodivergent counselor. I almost said squirrel. That's the name of the channel that I have in my Discord. The neurodivergent counselor. Schedules have been all messed up, so tiny humans have had a rough week, which meant I had a rough week. And the facial expressions are giving me a much-needed laugh. I enjoy hearing the debate, though. The debate is what it's all about, and we have to have the debate. Nick M., can I copyright Law Muggle? I think David probably submitted an application while we were chatting.
I know for certain you can't copyright Law Muggle.
Because Muggle is J.K. Rowling's property.
That's not the primary issue. It's not the primary issue.
Yeah, you're taking somebody else.
It's not the primary issue.
What am I missing?
You can't copyright
someone else's copywritten material.
It's trademark, because how are you copywriting Law Muggle? What? How are you
copywriting? It's trademark. It's the mark. It's the mark. You're trading off of that. Kurt, I'm gonna fuck this up all night. I'm sorry.
I mean, well, I may have already started the process of getting T-shirts, but
trademark it.
That's
you can
cool.
trademark it. You can trademark it because it's.
So that means I would
mark.
need to copyright like Hardy, then, wouldn't I?
No, Hardy is a tradable. It's a mark. Hardy cat.
Right.
Hardy cat. It's a mark. Kurt.
And this is a completely super law muggle thing to say, but isn't there such a thing as if you're the one that creates it first on the internet, you also have some form of protection? I'm about to get schooled, folks. Here we go.
No, it's not getting schooled. This was the heart of the debate between Ian and I. You creating the thing, me authoring the thing and saying the words is itself a copyrightable thing. This is what I am saying. These are my words. It's the expression of my thought.
Right.
It's mine. You can't just copy that.
Yeah.
So that expression, you creating it, is the copyright.
And here's a more fun issue. Who owns the copyright in this particular broadcast? That's a good question.
Oh God, I've had this discussion, and it's
where do you stand on it?
Probably the answer is each of all four of us own an undivided interest in the whole.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because the dynamic that exists would not exist but for all four of us being here. And then the question is, how do you divide that property interest?
And you don't is the answer.
Yeah. Because the whole could not exist without the four.
Yep.
Let me take it one step further. We're doing Dragons and Lawyers. We're playing a TTRPG game. We're creating things on the fly. I create a character in the moment, but we're all part of this process. Who owns that character?
Would the character have come to fruition but for the other participants in the game?
Right.
Good question.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could obviously split the issue, right? So the copyright in the broadcast of Lawyers and Dragons could be severable from the copyright of the character that's created. So those are separate potentially assets with divided interests. I look forward to the members of Lawyers and Dragons suing each other over their joint ownership of various assets.
But the thing is, but do you guys see why this case mattered? Like, I hope the chat sees why this case mattered.
Also, since I made an appearance in one episode, do I own an interest in just the episode, or do I own an interest in the entire property?
That's a Rick thing.
And this is the debate. This is the thing. This is why these questions are important. And it's why I led with this story. And I know people are pissed. They want me to get to Murdoch. I get it. Honestly,
Murdoch committed crimes and he lied
Murdoch
to
is
people.
boring. Murdoch lied. He recanted his lie. He lied again. That's boring. That doesn't really affect you in your daily life. You and the content that you consume on a daily basis, that doesn't affect you.
Providing value.
Additional creators, like if you have a panel of lawyers, for example, Rittenhouse, Nick Rekieta, the Law Pope. People want to talk about that. The Law Pope. Who owns the copyright to any of that? He had 10 to 12 lawyers on those.
Who knows?
Who owns the
knows?
If it ever became a dispute. And the only reason we don't have the answer is because it's never really happened.
No.
And this opinion makes that water that much more muddy.
Yep.
Wow. Super muddy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
how exciting.
And the game maker is probably going to say something I'm going to regret. Shout out to Kurt, best tour guide in the city of Austin, especially when we went to the Supreme Court house.
We did. We visited the state Supreme Court. It was cool.
That was awesome.
We visited the state Supreme Court and we visited the state Capitol. It was cool.
I saw when you guys posted that picture, when Andy posted it, it put a big smile on my face to see him, you guys hanging out. Magic Monster, Midjourney Art.
Incredibly fun to hang out with, I got to say.
I try to be a good host.
He's a good friend, a good guest, I haven't had the pleasure of being his guest, but I imagine he's a great host. Magic Monster, Midjourney Art be copyright because someone created AI?
That is definitely not the right answer.
No.
I guarantee you, whatever the answer is, that's not it.
Nope.
If I assemble a monkey out of parts, that monkey cannot own copyright.
Yeah. No.
And I'm not going to do that again. That was a big mistake the last time.
Measure of a man unavailable for
the law in the Federation in the 24th century is a wholly separate issue from the law in the United States while it still exists.
Sniper's Nest, Measure of Man unavailable for comment. Meaning the show from Star Trek, that one?
Yeah. The Data episode. Although more to the point would have been the Voyager episode, which I think was called Author, where it was exactly this issue because the doctor authored a holographic work, and then the person he sold it to refused to pay on the basis that the doctor couldn't be an author under copyright law. So citing Voyager would have been a better cite. So shame on you.
But even then, he's got a contract problem because he owes the doctor whether or not the doctor is an author under copyright or not, because he owes the doctor for the contract to provide the copy.
Yeah. Curious question.
The,
All right, question for
the
you
case
guys.
didn't turn on that.
Question. Jessica Runyon, question. Thoughts on the ability of an artist to copyright work that uses AI as a step in their workflow?
Yes.
Like using it to apply a look/style to a video or part of the iteration process.
Yeah, that's fine.
Interesting
If you're using AI as a tool, I think so. Yes, obviously, because they're using it as a tool. So as long as there is a human being making choices, then I think you're fine.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That means there's hope.
There's never hope.
as he loads the Trank shotgun with the hot sauce.
Oh, the shotgun I bought is really cool. It's an Osloff shotgun. So it's actually got this weird reloading mechanism. It's a break action shotgun with this thing that like moves a shell over and feeds it in. It's like this weird steampunk bullshit.
Craig off or bust, baby. Craig off or bust. Let me know when you upgrade.
Runkle's living in BioShock now, folks.
Yep.
Peace was never
Did
an
you miss
option.
Murdoch? No.
You did not miss Murdaugh.
There's nothing
You
to
did not
talk
miss
about
Murdaugh.
with Murdoch. There's
There
really
is.
nothing to talk-
It's just
Is he?
shenanigans.
He's a liar who lies. Big revelation. Moving on to next topic. I mean, what do you
I know.
want?
Well, we at least fill people in. The poll ends.
Fine.
The poll ends with Kurt winning 48%. Who won the debate? I am remarkably disappointed in this chat. You will never see the hair again. Kurt won 48%. Ian won 32%. Rob had 18% of the votes with 897 votes.
You know what? I will take that second place.
The
most
Rob
important
buying
thing
votes for
isn't
the hair.
whether or not
Apparently
I
not.
won. It's that Rob lost.
Apparently not. I think David won. David definitely won in the who had more laughs tonight. Absolutely equality. Steph LL, the poll is like Sophie's choice. That got dark. Matt L. If the facts are against you, argue the law. If the law is against you, argue the facts. If the law and the facts are against you, pound the table and threaten to stop streaming. I didn't do that.
I am taking my marbles and going home. Yep. Way to go, Rob.
Wow.
Oh, that was so good. That is so good. I didn't do that part, but yeah,
I
that
didn't know this turned into a roast.
Rob Muggle rolls with advantage.
Yes.
This is getting better. Oh, huge tracts of land. Oh God. 10-year-old is going as Killer Rabbit for Halloween. Oh, fascinating and terrifying. Still a widow. Thank you very much. Y'all are hilarious. Love FNF. I do too. It's great. Rosalind Duke, Ian, heard loud and clear. Oh, Ian, did you stack the deck? What did you do? I see that
I
smirk.
didn't stack
Liar.
anything.
Liar. You know what you said? You said to blave, which we all know means to bluff. You know what bluffs? You liar.
Uh-oh.
I'm not a witch. I'm your wife.
What's the difference?
Oh, God, Kurt. Get that away from me. Lindsay, just being realistic, Ian stores his gun safely in accordance with the law. Swords are much more readily available for potential adverse encounters. So are hatchets.
Well, I don't
say
know. I mean,
Hatchets, hatchets, I do mean plural.
I gotta go to another room if I want to get a second sword right now.
This is just too funny. John Kissinger, I think it's telling, even though neither are winning, Ian has Rob beat by double. Come on, John, killing me. Tasana Burfoot. So glad LMD is next weekend. I was worried because I was moving back home from Nola, New Orleans this weekend. I was worried about missing the live. Love you guys. Thank you, Tasana. Love you too. Please, we'll see you next weekend. Chris
See you there.
96 just got here. Was hanging out with Big Bro. What did I miss? Anything fun? Oh, a lot. A lot. Truffle Hound, what do judges always include in their cocktails? Just ice.
Just ice. Nice.
Oh.
That's cute. Very nice. Very good.
Lovely. Chris Cat Queen, isn't my country 'tis of thee a real lyricized God Save the Queen? I think
Yes.
it is. Don Lionheart, easy resolution is to assign the copyright to the host.
No, I want to hold
That's-
it over him as a threat, which is more
It's
fun.
I don't even think it's a threat. Just from a pure legal analysis, I think that it's kind of right. Like the fact that people aren't issuing copyright strikes on like each other's streams, it's just kind of it's a gentleman's handshake.
Well, I couldn't offer a copyright strike because we shown an undivided interest in it, so I can't strike you because you're an owner.
I know, but you could make it my life a pain in the ass.
Yeah, that's fun. But I stopped doing the copyright strike thing. I learned my lesson the hard way.
It's just not. It's too much of a hassle. Kimberly Fisher, sorry, off topic. Were the laziest and sent? Yes, Kimberly, it did. I've got tracking number. If you DM me, I can send you the tracking number. They went out way late. They did, mostly because I had to measure the box and get everything stored. But yes, they went out today. So tracking number, DM me. I'll send you the tracking number. Peggy Reardon, isn't it the respect you have for each other that has determined the super chats go to the channel controller?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that suing Ricada for a fraction of that super chats that he made.
I mean,
That would feel
The thing
dirty.
is-
That would just feel.
it just makes so much more. It solves so many hassles.
yeah.
And the thing is if you're just being like, I'm only in this for money, you're
Yeah.
going to hate your YouTube experience.
You're gonna hate your life, like you
yeah.
really will.
Because I can tell you, there's some months that are like, hey, I've done a live stream where it's like I've made a whole pile of money, and I've literally done a live stream where I was on for like 4 hours and made like $4, which,
Yeah.
you know, monetarily $4. I've
I'm in
done
it-
a live stream that
Well,
I earned
yeah,
no
I
money.
started doing it to kind of incentivize myself to learn more things because I like
Yep.
learning. And what it became really was the friendships, because I've been with Ian, I've been to Rob's house, I've been to Ricada's house. We went to Alita's wedding. You know, the friendships are so valuable. I know I can call on these guys. They will
Yeah.
take my call. Rob will
Well, it's-
sometimes even call me back.
Hey,
He's
I've gotten
getting better
at that.
I know,
Decline.
he's good.
Thank you. I've gotten better at that.
Yeah.
I've gotten better at that.
Yeah.
No, I will 100% agree with that. Honestly, what you guys are seeing as far as live streams are concerned, it's a
Yeah.
benefit of the friendships that exist on the stream. Like
Oh, absolutely.
David being here, Kurt being here, Ian being here. These are my friends. Like I invite them on because I enjoy just having conversations with them, and I think they have something to add to just the general discussion, and it's fun. And that's kind of what I realized about the YouTube live streaming space is a lot of it is people just they kind of want to sit around a campfire and hang out and listen to other people talk, and they talk with each other in the chat. It's just a fun experience. And tonight, like I wanted people to learn something. I learned something tonight, like with the copyright case.
Specifically, he learned that he's wrong.
Oh, son of a bitch. And this is the other thing. You get the locker room talk. You get the banter. Fucking elf. Fucking elf. Swear to God.
You only roast the ones you love, baby.
It's
You
true.
only roast
Dude,
the
you're
ones
going to
you
get a
love.
hot sauce enema. I'm going to find a way to make that
Oh,
happen. I don't know how I'm going to happen. I'm going to call your doctor and just like send him a vial of hot sauce. Be like, just next time. John, Ian got an alofs, ALOFS, hot. I blame. Someone help me.
I'm
got
not
nothing.
sure because I actually got it because Tactical Imports sent me an email being like, we have these in stock. And I was like, what the hell are those? So I checked it out and they're a neat shotgun.
Oh, fun. Sniper's Nest. Fair enough, Kurt. Measure of Man is about personhood, not copyright. Okay, that's fair. I get it. Now, knowing the episode that you're talking about, yes, understood. Liz McFall. Fun fact, my granddad sat on the jury of the first televised murder trial. I have photos from the court during the trial. Harry Washburn trial. Google it. Liz McFall, you need to email either me or Ian ASAP. That is really cool.
Yeah.
Or both simultaneously. Just do a CC, please.
Yeah,
That's
this
really
is
cool.
it would obviously be before Shepard when they're like, hey, maybe taking photographs of the jury while the case is happening. Maybe not. That's a great idea. Maybe we shouldn't do that anymore.
Or the Lindbergh trial where they all stood and posed for that
good
long
times.
that long
good,
format. Yeah.
Did you guys hear about the lawyers who got in some real trouble over courtroom photographs?
What'd they do?
Go on.
So they took some photographs in the courtroom, which is always a bad idea because you're not allowed to do that absent permission.
Bad. Yeah.
And then they were having a dispute over this. I'm going to drop the link in the private chat here just so you can bring this up. But
you can.
They then went and filed in a court document the pictures that they took in court. And I will quote the judge. This is one of the most egregious, reprehensible, disrespectful actions you could make against this court. It requires prison time. We will see how it can be avoided. I've never seen something like this in my life. What happens here sets a precedent. The judge has offered a deal to the two lawyers involved to say, I will let you not go to jail if you agree to not practice in this jurisdiction for 2 years.
Wow.
Actually, I'm not sure that's an ethical request.
I don't think it is either. I think it's actually a real problem.
I think that's a big problem, but also
the initiating action, super dumb. Like,
why is it? I have to subscribe, or is it on? Hang on, is it on the way back?
Federal court too. That makes it even better.
Yeah, it was a real bad move. But I think the judge is going too far. But it was real dumb.
Hold on.
Hang on. Here
I think I got
rule
it.
There's a rule against that.
Oh, you got it.
I'm gonna look it up while you guys.
Judge in Carollo, trial livid over photo taken in court, threatens defense with prison. So who are we looking at? That's Miami Commissioner Joe Carollo is being sued in Miami federal court and is accused of weaponizing city resource to harm the businesses of the two men as political vendetta. Okay. The lawsuit involving Miami Commissioner Joe Carollo was thrown into disarray Wednesday morning when a federal judge overseeing the case briefly threatened to send the commissioner's attorneys to prison over a photo that was taken inside the courtroom. Taking pictures inside federal courtrooms is strictly prohibited, and the U.S. District Court Judge Rodney Smith was livid when one showed up in a filing from Carollo's attorneys, Ben Kuhn, Mason Pertnoy, and Mark Sarnoff. The picture, which the judge said was included in a sealed document and never shown in court, apparently showed an attorney for the Little Havana businessman suing Carollo talking to a media member in Smith's courtroom. Smith did not name them or 6 other people also shown in the photo, which he said was taken by another attorney, Jesse Solo, who was part of the defense team and had been attending the proceedings. Oh, this is bad. Quote, this is one of the most egregious, reprehensible, disrespectful actions you could make against this court. It requires prison time. We will see how it can be avoided, Smith said. Continuing quote, I've never seen something like this in my life. What happens here sets a precedent, end quote. Smith vented his concerns early Wednesday morning before jurors were summoned in the trial, which is in its 6th week. Wow, 6 weeks. Carollo is fighting a federal civil suit by 2 Little Havana businessmen who claimed he weaponized city resources and used code enforcement officers and police to try and destroy several of their business ventures. Not uncommon, by the way. The men, William Bill Fuller and Martin Pania, say the commissioner set his sights on them after they threw support behind one of his opponents in a commission race in 2017. Not uncommon, mind you. Smith said the photo violated rules designed to protect national security and federal judges. I mean, it more just violates the rules of the court and your attorneys, and you're at a higher standard, to be honest. But they cite this case, which gets dark real quick, referencing a 2020 case where a disgruntled anti-feminist lawyer targeted a female judge in New Jersey. He wound up killing the judge's son and wounding her husband before killing himself. That's really dark.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'm not sure how that relates to photos in the courtroom, because every every federal judge's official photo is like available. So
they found, like, they must have found the one case where something like that happened. That's
okay.
Pretty wild. After a 15-minute recess, hang on one sec, gotta fix something. After a 15-minute recess, Smith returned. David's laughing because I had him blocked by that.
That was really funny. I was working on a graphic to put up, but I didn't do it in time.
He was trying. He was working on it, but I caught it like way too late. But after a 15-minute recess, Smith returned to the bench and told Carollo's attorneys that he was recommending they take a deal that included not practicing in the federal court in the Southern District for the next 2 years. Oh, he doesn't have power. That's interesting. He then recessed the matter for 30 days and said if the court does not reach an agreement with the attorneys, he'd set a hearing date in about 90 days that allowed Carollo's attorneys to continue representing him under a trial. That's a problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's a proper thing.
I'd ask for him to recuse himself at this point.
You know what's funny? Throw him in the clink for like 24 hours, and that's fine. You're allowed to do that. This part, not so much. Like, hold them in contempt.
It also, if you really think that they shouldn't practice, you're bypassing the normal due process elements of suspension of practice for disbarment. Like, there's a process for that, and
you're suggesting
bypassing
that deal. Like, you're saying, hey, agree to this, and I won't hold a hearing. Oh, I have a big problem with that.
I don't know about that one.
This is messy.
I have a big.
Can we see this photograph? Is it in the record?
Because
I want to because I'm not. What exactly are we talking about? Are we talking like an otherwise empty courtroom where they're like just posing for a photo, or are we talking about a photo taking like during the middle of trial somehow?
Kurt, you know what this is?
Of the attorneys during a break, it looks like, speaking to media.
You know what this is? This is an otherwise unimportant moment that is a simple slip up that, because it's a district court judge who are the kings of their court, has been made into a massive thing. And the district court judge, I think, honestly, should be brought up on review. You can't do that. Like, you can't do that. That's
if it's not while the court is actually in session, then I'm not even 100% sure what the issue is, to be honest.
Well, federal court, you can't have your phones out, period. But in either event, like, this judge should face some hard questions. I get the attorney. The attorneys face their hard questions, and honestly, that admonishment in court is probably enough and probably should be enough. But the judge threatening those things with the power the judge has.
There's a photo of me arguing. I think it was at the Seventh Circuit when I was in law school. It was mock simulation, but we were using the real courtroom, arguing from the podium. So, did I violate the rules by taking a photograph of me arguing at a lectern in the Seventh Circuit courtroom?
To Paige's question,
yes, and it's time to go to jail.
Okay.
To Paige's question, I don't think that this is lawful law. You can say spend the night in jail. You can do that. You can't do what this judge just did. You can say that. Like, you can say toothbrush. Like, the thing is, I make the comment, like, Mr. Morton, you have a toothbrush. Because that's a real thing. Like, that's fine. You're allowed to look at a lawyer and say, you have violated the rules of my court, jail. Like, do it for 24 hours. Enjoy the evening. The food sucks. Jumpers are terrible. Just have fun. You can do that. What you can't do is say, hey, I'm going to bypass everything and say, you can either agree not to practice law for 2 more years, or I will hold a formal hearing, which is basically suggesting that you're bypassing their due process rights.
Yeah.
Well, and it's also suggesting what the result of that formal hearing will be without actually having the hearing.
Which would be worse than the 2 years of not practicing.
2 years is
It's
a pretty
like-
long suspension.
That's a long ass suspension.
I mean, they've probably the thing is probably a private reprimand. Maybe.
Yeah. So, interesting story.
And now
No
it's not
penalty.
private.
It's
Yeah.
not private anymore.
Far from private.
Still a widow. It's y'all's, in my opinion, y'all's camaraderie, lack of competition is what makes you so special. I 1000% agree. Like, I live to support. I really do. I love supporting Kurt, Ian, David when I can. Even though David and I on Twitter is really funny. Like, I love David's tweets. It's my favorite thing in the world because he has the most snark I've ever seen in my life.
The thing is, we're not in competition for really, because the more people get interested in sort of the genre of legal analysis and legal discussion, people tend to follow more than one channel.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, if Uncivil gets a new person interested in legal discussion, the chance that they end up subscribed to me is fairly high over time.
Yeah.
It's like, so we're not fighting. We're actually all working to increase the size of the pie and not divide up a pie.
Yeah.
So,
And David has been instrumental in making this stuff accessible to a lot of other people. And I really do appreciate that. Like, honestly, there's a part of so Prototopics, if you don't follow David, one, you really do need to, because too many adults, too many people right now live their daily lives and they kind of think imagination is dead and that you can't have fun in your life anymore. That's a really, really shitty way of living life. David does his very best to dispel that and does a fucking awesome job at it. So please, 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 give him a follow. It's fantastic. Imagination deserves a place in adult lives as much as it does in kids.
And it helps bring that extra level of like, this is all really important stuff. And like, yeah, we're law muggles, but like being here and being able to hear all of this stuff is amazing. And now if we can just make it, and what you guys all do, what LawTube does, just represents as a whole, is being able to bring all of these ideas that the law muggles couldn't possibly understand and making it so much easier to comprehend. And then we could jump on and say things like bet and yo and chill and then hang out and then play Dungeons and Dragons. And it just makes everything so much more home-like.
Well, and here's an aside. One thing that a lot of you guys probably don't know is that when Dungeons and Dragons or Lawyers and Dragons got started, it was kind of a pilot program, which is why it was a limited release. Very limited. Like, it was a pilot program. We were just testing something out. Really, we were just testing it. And I know that everyone was kind of scared about it when we were first testing it.
I wasn't.
David, you weren't. A lot of people were. I know that people were. I know that Rick was. I know that other people were. And it was kind of like,
I thought it was going to be awesome.
Can this work? And I have never played D&D or any of these games. Not a single thing. And lo and behold, like, there's a message that shows up in my inbox and it's like, explain Lawyers and Dragons. It was a video. It was a video that David made to explain how to play this game.
That was a great video.
And I was like, this is the coolest shit ever. Like, it was that level. It was that much of, and David's passion was basically saying, look, we were talking about this stuff being via Debt v. Heard. And you have a lot of people here that have very serious things going on in their lives. Can we show them a fun side of it? Like, can we give them a little bit of fun? And you could not get me to agree fast enough. Like, can we make life more fun again? Can we do that? Yeah. So please, David was the inspiration behind a lot of that, and he doesn't take enough credit, and I wish he did more. Just like Kurt doesn't take enough credit for how smart he is with Supreme Court case law, and Ian doesn't take enough credit for just a lot of Runkleisms he doesn't take credit for because he doesn't.
I'm
really
kind of
hear what
insulted
they're
about how long
saying.
it took you to think of something there.
I'm still thinking about that because I think I was trying to think about how many things I could say, like the knife wheel. I know you too well. This is the problem. I know you way too well. Like, you and I have spent way too much time together where it's like Ian needs to not take credit. There's the knives, there's the swords, there's the
It's just there's so many
firearms.
things, Runkle. Like what? So many things.
I don't know about that.
So many things.
Because Kurt, a lot of the things go in the other direction from what you're thinking. Like it's it's good and bad. Ian is a great person to make you think outside the box because that's where he lives.
I might be full of mischief.
Mischief. Total mischief.
Is that what that is?
Woof. Talk
Kurt.
about shots fired.
Gosh, you know what? Both Kurt and Ian came in tonight with they were just like, they had a purpose. And they were like, we are going to, like Rob does chaos usually. We are going to be chaos tonight. That's how we're going to exist. It was fantastic. I love it. To Kurt's point, I love the LawTube infighting. It's not infighting, it's disagreement. And that's a very, very, very important distinction. We
And
disagree on a
we're
lot.
lawyers. We disagree recreationally. Like, that's just how that goes.
Yep. And we will argue until we reach the end point where like, I hear your argument. I disagree still. It's how it works. Susan Swanson, great friends make great community. Thank you, Susan. Bop it. I got called for jury duty beginning next Monday. I hope they allow hounds like me. Wish me luck. Good luck, Bop it. Just be honest. Just me, Crack in the Box, live tomorrow at 5 p.m. Oh, I'll check that out. That's be fun.
Ooh.
Heather, have any of you needed your toothbrush in court or been close to it? Close to it, yes. Like
I've
very
been threatened
close.
with it.
Very close. It's uncomfortable. You don't want to be there because you feel you're like, I know those jails. Like I have visited clients. I don't want to be there. But yes, I've been threatened with it.
I was
Rosie
close
won.
enough that I had a lawyer on standby, and I had warned my wife that if I'm not home, it's because I'm in jail.
Oh, I called my law partner to say have bail ready.
Yeah, it was. That's good times.
It's fun. Rosie won. Rob, when are you going to start building some lumber and show us your progress? I do. Members only streams every Thursday, except when I'm doing TOTC. But yeah, I have been. And honestly,
I got to do more leatherwork streaming.
I am inclined to agree with you, my friend. Here, you want a woodworking project? Here's a woodworking project. There you go. Boom. That's a woodworking project. An urn that was just made past week and a half that went to Honduras. So yeah, that's Honduran mahogany that was stitched together. I dare you to try and find where the 4 pieces of wood in each one of those panels is. So
Challenge not accepted.
it was a work of heart. So yes, I do show the work, and I'm going to create another channel to start showing the woodworking side. Like I'm going to start doing that. Irana, I seem to remember seeing a photo of Rob during the Depp trial. He was leaning against the wall. Wasn't that taken inside the courtroom? That was Court TV's court. Like that was their camera. That was a screenshot. Yes.
Yeah, and Court TV had permission and so forth.
Yep. John Kissinger, I sent the context in DMs about ALOFs. I would be a good swoop cleanse. I will check that out. John, this is honestly, this is a statement for me. I have 2 more topics to make it through, and I have to like drive out of my house at 5:30 in the morning tomorrow morning. I will save that. I promise you, my friend. Ergo Iron Fist, one of my son's law review articles, 19 miles from freedom, the rights of the Guantanamo Bay Oh. Where's my
Good,
pen?
it's a good law review article.
Don Lionheart. This is kind of drama free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love all my friends. I don't care. I love all my friends. They're great people. And it's not that type of stuff is really just not welcome here because I am friends with both of them. I hang out with both of them. They both talk to me all the time. Alita's a very
I'm
good
friends with
friend.
both of them.
Yeah,
They're
so
both good
Kurt.
people. Like,
they're
yeah.
We've all made mistakes along the way.
We really
Yep.
have.
And we try to at least, it's not, that's it.
Yep. Katara, y'all are on here are great. Glad to hang out with you all. Thank you, Katara. Peggy Reardon, thank you very much. My department chief told me to tell a judge the department would not do what he had ordered the department. I almost went to jail and he ordered the chief to jail. Oh. I have seen the nurse's case where the officers threatened to take the nurse to jail, but yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some of that where that's entertaining.
Yeah.
I saw one where the police threatened to take a firefighter to jail, and he was like, "Fucking do it, do it."
Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah. RK,
There's
my
also,
12-year-old.
I'm aware of a case where the police threatened to arrest a bunch of local lawyers, and one of them was basically just like listing out what he expected to get as like damages.
Oh my god.
So it was basically like, okay, now I'm gonna buy a boat.
Yeah.
That's fair. I could use a boat. Boats would be fun. RK, my 12-year-old
I'd never want a boat, maybe a plane. If I were going to buy something like a Cessna,
plane
or
would
something,
be
that'd be
awesome.
cool.
Oh,
boats
Cessna
are
172. My dad
something like that.
flew
But
Cessnas.
but boats are totally overrated.
That's
Kurt, we
my
should go in
retirement goal.
on a plane.
My retirement goal is to fly. My dad flew.
And I could just go over and see Runkle more easily.
That would be awesome.
There's a lot of paperwork, but yes, you're right. RK, my 12-year-old kid who has gotten into D&D, quickly becoming his favorite thing. Now I want to learn. Maybe I can learn some things from L&D. So David, you messaged me and said you've got to jump off at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
I want to give you an opportunity to kind of pitch D&D, some of the gaming stuff you've been covering.
The top of
and
the
honestly,
hour. Oh, it is
in
10.
6 minutes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Never mind. Carry on.
Sorry, Kurt. Yeah, I wanted to give you the opportunity to kind of pitch what you've been going through, or rather what you're talking about in your channel and D&D and everything else.
So something that we learned and we've brought up talking about that video that I put together to teach them how to play D&D when we were getting started. So something I really kind of figured out is that there really is no true entry point unless you have someone like me or Ian who can break it down into a 20-minute video and then prepare most of it for you and get you into it, right? There's no like easy access point into these creative games. So like I want families like yourselves to be able to just start playing. You should be able to do it within 5 easy steps. Like boom, you're in it. We will give you enough to get you started, and then you follow along with where your imagination takes you. That's the point. That's the intention. Is here's a start point. Here's a potential end point. How do you get there? Tell your own stories. And I really think that there isn't a product like that on the marketplace that satisfies that need of being able for families to do this. Or what I really want is educators to be able to do this with kids, because this is a creative outlet that is being missed entirely in education and in schools. So we've been developing it since December, and it's called Campfire Kingdoms, and we're putting the first rule set out entirely for free. I want everybody to be able to try this and play this, and it should be dropping on June 1st.
David,
yes.
Slow down. You're not on a time crunch here, buddy. Take your time.
I'm just trying to make sure. I have so many things I'm trying to like get
You
out,
just
and I
keep
could go
going.
on. It's like a 45-minute.
I'll let you go.
explanation, but it's too much. But anyway, we have a whole thing coming out for intended for novice people getting into creative gaming.
Let me
June
explain.
1st.
No, it is too much. Let me sum up.
No, I want to hear it from David, because the thing is, I can hear it when he gets really excited, and he flies, and I want him to slow down because I want people to hear what you're saying, because it's really freaking cool. I know that you're really excited. It's really cool. I want you to relay it, the same passion, just so people can hear.
There should be an access point for families and kids to be able to tell the same stories that we do in Lawyers and Dragons. And it should be as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can take it and get started. We've been putting it together for a while. I'm super excited about it. And actually, I have a lot more that I got to put together for it. So there's going to be more things coming out. Yeah, Monday. Awesome. I've already got yours with your name on it. I have a meeting with my internal team on Monday, and then after that, I've already got yours on the way. I just want to make sure it's like legible.
You've been writing like crazy.
I haven't stopped. It's like, you know what? The fun part is creating all of the additional like lore and like storylines that like what blows me away is like this started as just us playing D&D. Like it was just like here's a Lawyers and Dragons story, and it was a small thing and it was a concept, and that turned into like the logical conclusion is, well, why can't everybody else do this? Or why can't everybody have access to this? I think it's wrong. The prompt that came up says I want to get into D&D. Well, the price tag for you to do that is like $500 at minimum to get everything. And I don't like that.
You don't need that. And that's what David, this is honestly why I think David's such an incredible person, because he kind of takes that price point. He takes that entry level. It's kind of like what we're trying to do with the law. Like there's a price point to understanding legal principles, right? There's a whole lot of background. There's a whole lot of legal teaching. There's a whole lot of case law you got to read. I don't like that that's there. I would like to be able to explain it to everybody and make it digestible for all. Like we took a copyright issue tonight and tried to break it down to very simple concepts.
With some occasional diversions.
With some occasional diversions. David does that for something that's really amazing for kids and families, and it's imagination. And I would very much appreciate if you guys could check that out, because I think imagination and interpersonal dynamics, interfamily dynamics, and a lot of the things that kids used to learn naturally, they're now like they're becoming out of vogue. Like kids, I mean, we used to imagine everything. Like the lava game, literally the lava game, the most fun game you could ever play as a kid. I want to see people do that again. I want to see families do that. It'd be amazing.
Yeah. And that's our vision, is to create a place where you can feel free to do that. And there are a handful of like little rules, but you don't really have to follow them. And I'll just take it to the next step, because it's creativity, but it's also an empathy generator. And I think that's the thing that's most special about these experiences that you can create here, is you have to put yourself into the mind of a character that is not you, and then communicate with somebody else who is playing another character who is not them, and come to a consensus and be able to work together. And if that is not an empathy experience or learning how to empathize and work together, I don't know what is. And yeah, you're using dragons and elves and wizards to do it, but I mean, that's just the fun part. But you walk away from that actually, and I mean, I've been doing this since I was in middle school. So for me, it's like that has changed how I do business, because I've learned how to articulate and read people better because I know how to communicate with them. And it's just incredible. It's incredible that you have this opportunity there. It's so much potential that I feel so many people are missing out on.
And if you need a better example, so I would ask you to go and look at the Lawyers and Dragons episode where Kurt appears as Blackleaf on Lawyers and Dragons. And then I want you to go to the Roll of Law. Go to Runkle Bailey's channel, Roll of Law, where Ian runs a game of Stars Without Number. And Kurt is on that game playing an entirely different character. And I want you to watch those two characters and how they interact with the people in those settings. And you get to see Kurt. I mean, it really is cool. I watched both of those episodes, and it's really amazing to me to see that dynamic of how Kurt takes the imagination in L&D with Blackleaf and then takes it to a different level and starts that number in Roll of Law and just becomes a whole different character because he's interacting with different people in a different setting. Let your imaginations go, people. God, it's life is too freaking serious. Do you really want to end up like that? Just have some fun, please.
It's the stories that we're getting through modern Hollywood and TV are lackluster. And here's a way for you to start telling your own. And that's not even just with what we've developed. That's just with tabletop gaming and learning how to be creative, learning how to be imaginative on your own terms. I think it's exciting.
The last request, David, before you jump off.
Yes.
And it was a request for everyone on the panel. They want to hear character voices. So you have to do Hardy. Kurt, can you manage a Blackleaf?
I guess I can try.
He can do it. Can you get a Gimlet in you, Runkle?
I think I can manage a Gimlet if I have to.
Oh,
on command.
I don't have a character. I just go stabby, 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 murder, murder, murder,
murder, murder.
All right. Hardy, lead it off.
Well, I don't know. You see, I could pull up pieces. Here, I'll read table of contents, okay? So number 1, you have rules, okay? You start, number 1 is the rules, okay? It's the first thing you see. Okay, then you have game overview, all right? Game overview. It's just like an introduction to the introduction, right? And then we have core concepts. We make this really simple. This is ridiculous. Who wrote this? Okay, then dice. Okay, I have dice. I understand what dice is. It's right here. It's this little piece of plastic. Why do I need to explain what that? Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of things here, but Hardy needs water right now.
Gimlet or Blackleaf? Which one wants to go first?
Kurt, it's up to you. Do you want to go, or do you want me to?
Go it.
Yep.
Well, golly gee, everyone, I've just had the most wonderful time here with Rob on Law Lumber. Wow, golly gee whiz, guys, that copyright case sound really scary. Blackleaf doesn't understand copyright. Blackleaf understands poison breath spray. 20-foot radius, everyone who's nearby. Well, that solves all my problems right up. Wow.
Wait, is that Blackleaf guy who shot acid at crowd of protesters?
Crowd of protesters is now smaller than before Blackleaf accomplished his goals.
Oh. I hear lots of things from that guy.
They've been dissolved into a smaller size.
That was good. That was good. All right, Gimlet.
Don't cut that guy off in traffic. He shoots acid at tires.
Oh, Gimlet, you're up.
So, check out Lawyers and Dragons for Gimlet Hunter-Fiegel and his. He's got some plans. As we recall, he left some gold behind that he's gonna have to go back and get, and he's still. There's many things he's got planned to do. So check it out.
Do you remember the full name? Gimlet Hunter-Fiegel.
Not offhand. I have to.
Oh, not offhand. It's like a
like
20-letter.
names.
Yeah, no. So Anyways, David, I wanted to give you that opportunity, kind of like
Yes,
Lawyers and
I
Dragons,
appreciate
guys.
that.
There's 2,000 of you guys here. Please, it'd be great to see you. And please support all of my friends that are on here. Like, they really are great people. They're just hanging out with me. They're friends.
Yes, come watch. You please be there for our premiere episode, because this is like the first big thing that Rick Hogue is doing on his channel. I know we've done the streaming and he's done his stroke stories, but like this is his first big return to form, and we really want to make sure that a lot of people show up for it. So please come through for it next Saturday, 10 a.m. Eastern. All right, everybody. Thanks so much. I am going to depart. I love you guys. Good night.
Love you too, bud. See ya.
Just out of raw curiosity, how much longer were we expecting to go today?
Buddy, I've got at least 2 more stories. If you want to jump. I can see
I've been crashing for a little while now. I should go.
You get some rest. You did. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting on the copyright case, buddy. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Kurt, I'm gonna show you. You can show yourself. I'm gonna show you first.
You can show me. That'll be fine.
Kurt, on civil law, probably the smartest Supreme Court mind I've actually kind of run across. Honestly, every chance I get when we hear there's new Supreme Court arguments out, like I will watch that live stream and then jump in and talk about it, because it's so much fun to have that discussion. If you don't think it's fun, go back and watch when the last release was, when Kurt and I were on live stream together, just joking about the shade in some of these opinions. Please go check that out. It's definitely his like area of complete expertise, which is why I brought him on the night and why he's here all the time, because he's a friend and he's brilliant. Please check out Kurt. He does a daily recap of different stories you should see. On Civil Law is his channel. Let's get him to 150, please.
Later, fam. Check
See
you
you,
later.
bud.
Bye.
Okay. Are you ready to talk about Murdoch?
Oh God. No?
You can use profanity now. You're allowed to.
Good. What the fuck?
You didn't have to come in all hot and heavy. Shit. Well, damn it, I did it too. Okay. So, Alex Murdoch responds to federal lawsuit tied to housekeeper's death. Oh, shit. I need a swoop, don't I? I need like a pleasant swoop. I need to pull this down. I need to do a pleasant swoop. Pull this down. We're going to do like a triple swoop. We need. It's Murdoch. It's Murdoch. It's Murdoch. It's Murdoch. So, Alex Murdoch, as you're eating chicken, which is delicious and looks very scrumptious, he responds to a federal lawsuit tied to his housekeeper's death. For those of you who do not know, Alex,
Dang, that's hot.
/ friend that would come and take care of the kids in the house / like boss, Gloria Satterfield, was at the property.
Or as Alex Murdaugh responded to or called them, the Mexicans.
Oh, no. This was not them. This is different people. Different people. Gloria Satterfield was at the property one day, was walking up the stairs, fell up the stairs and hit her head. That head injury resulted in a coma that resulted in 3 or 4 weeks later, and she ended up passing away. Now, Alex Murdoch essentially approached Satterfield's son and said, hey, why don't you do a friendly lawsuit against me, and then I will negotiate and say the dogs were the one that tripped her up the stairs. She was going to work. It's a workplace employment issue. So we can file a lawsuit against me, which means my insurance company will cover it. Insurance company covers it. Alex Murdoch pockets all the money, doesn't give anything to the kid. So that's the premise, which results in a lawsuit by the estate of Gloria Satterfield against Alex Murdoch. Well, Murdoch confesses to a judgment of $4.3 million, saying, yes, I wrongfully withheld proceeds from the insurance company that should have gone to you. I wrongfully withheld those proceeds. I stole them. The insurance money was supposed to pay to you.
Withheld as stole.
The insurance money was supposed to pay to you. I did not give it to you. I stole that money, and therefore I owe you $4.3 million. That's what it means. So Alex
As
Murdoch,
one does.
when being sued by the Satterfields, says, fair, completely fair. I get it. Me do bad. Mea culpa. I stole 4.3 million. I owe you 4.3 million. Confess judgment. I'm getting a recommendation, which I think is a completely appropriate recommendation in this moment, which is, where was it? Oh, no. Oh, gosh, man. There are so many of you awesome people who send me these things, and I try to remember which one of you sent it, but it was the Bubba. Oh, it was Kristen. So, Bubba got vindication this week. Did you see this story?
I did not see the story, but apparently Bubba did an interview.
Bubba did an interview. We have to do this. Bubba did an interview.
Bubba's a good dog, just for the record.
No, why are
And
you
you know
doing
how
this?
you know this? Because Bubba's a dog.
Because he's a dog. So we're going to fast forward through that, and we're going to go to Bubba.
All dogs are good dogs until proven otherwise.
Just recently.
Come here, Bubba. Hey, Bubba.
John Metters is a dog lover, especially this dog, a 10-year-old lab named Bubba, who happened to play a key role in the state's prosecution of Alec Murdoch.
A lot of folks think they have a sixth sense, and I don't know. I just thought about it, and maybe Bubba knew what was coming, and grabbing the chicken and having Alex say Bubba.
In fact, Bubba was a key part of Metters' closing arguments in Murdoch's double murder trial.
That dog negates all. Thank you, Bubba. Come here, Bubba. Hey, Bubba. Hey. Good dog.
Bubba was Maggie Murdoch's dog and was at the kennels the night of the murders. And because of Bubba, we know Alec Murdoch was there too. Bubba's actions prompted Alec Murdoch to speak to the dog, not knowing he was being recorded by his son, Paul.
He locked himself into not going to the kennels. And as you know, when the kennel video came out, it was, I think, just impossible for him to get around that previous life. And that's why I've said, and I'll say it again, law enforcement did an incredible job in handling those interviews and getting him to commit to a story, which ultimately the jury
lied to investigators.
Hang on.
It's undeniable proof that Alec Murdoch lied to investigators. A witness to 2 murders that spoke.
Come here, Bubba.
Spoke.
Oh, wait, I want to. There's a shot of Bubba.
Investigators.
Oh, that's a good boy. That's a good boy.
I want that dog.
That's such a good boy. I bet he ate his fair share of drywall. Just ate all the drywall, and ate the wood, and ate the chickens. He's a good boy.
He is, in fact, the best boy.
He's like the best boy. Like, look at that. That's the best boy.
Oh, I love him already.
Yeah.
A witness to 2 murders.
Oh,
that
why?
spoke.
I don't want to.
Come here, Bubba.
The only problem
Without
Bubba has in
speaking
his
at
life
all.
is just not enough
I don't
cats.
think there was
It's everybody else. Bubba.
more unconditional love and any other way Bubba could have shown his love for Maggie than
Or
what he
Bubba.
did.
Less.
And it was just so tragic all the way around,
Or
just as tragic as it gets. And I don't know what the right word, ironic or something, that man's best friend, and this case woman's best friend, was the key witness.
That's a happy puppy. Oh, it's a happy puppy. Puppy happy. Okay. And he ate Ethernet cables.
No, that's Zora. Zora's an okay dog.
Don't you dare. I have been, I am now getting appointments. Like, I get phone call appointments as counsel for all the puppers.
Oh,
and
nice.
The cats. Like, people are like, Ian is defaming Zora again. Rob counsel. I'm like, do not talk to my client without me present. There is no evidence. This is bullshit. You have nothing on my client. My client is an innocent angel. Ian, your entire diatribe in slander of my client, Zora, was 100% speculation. It was 100% based on what you thought you saw in her eyes when she looked at you after looking at the Ethernet cable. That's bullshit. That doesn't hold
I've
up in a court of
literally
law.
seen her with Ethernet cable in her mouth.
I'm sorry. Motion in limine, that evidence is excluded.
No.
Yes.
Eyewitness of her destroying a cable?
The person who has monetarily to gain from a verdict in his favor?
My wife and I were both outside and we saw Zora eat a cable.
I mean, I'm just saying you might have seen it was a snake. It was a snake.
What snake?
Or
this is Edmonton.
It was that
You know how many
Zora
snakes there are in
perceived it.
Edmonton?
Zora perceived it to be a snake.
Aside
There
from
is-
politicians, none.
Well, if we could train her to do that. Okay,
I mean-
so going further. So Satterfield, Gloria Satterfield ends up getting a judgment that's a confessed judgment, which means Murdoch admits to it. And this is Fitz News reporting. And here is what we've got. The circumstances surrounding the death of Gloria Satterfield, the longtime domestic worker. I have always hated that phrase. We have to come up with a better phrase. For the family of convicted killer Alex Murdaugh have long been up for debate. Satterfield passed away at Trident Medical Center in North Charleston, South Carolina on February 26th of 2018, more than 3 weeks after allegedly tripping and falling off the front porch of the Murdoch's family's now infamous hunting property known locally as Mosel. We're not going to go that. So Paul and Maggie were both present at Mosel when Satterfield allegedly tripped by the family's dogs, causing her to fall backward onto the brick stairs in front of the main house shortly after 9:15 a.m. on the morning of Friday, February 2nd, 2018. A little more than 3 years later, Paul and Maggie were unfortunately killed. Alex Murdoch has been convicted, facing more than 100 other criminal charges, sentenced to life, among other things. Murdoch told insurance investigators the dogs caused Satterfield's fall. But with no other statements to support his claim, many doubted the account. What happened next is not in dispute. Murdoch defrauded two insurance companies of $4.3 million in claims related to the death. One of those insurance companies, Nautilus, filed a complaint in the U.S. District Court on April 22nd, 2022, claiming Murdoch's attorneys, Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin, were preventing it from cooperating with a federal state grand jury subpoena related to the case. At the time of Satterfield's fall, Murdoch had insurance policies with Lloyd's of London, which held his underlying insurance policy of $505,000, and Nautilus, which held his umbrella policy for $5 million. In order for the umbrella policy to take effect, every penny of the underlying policy had to be paid, or a promise of payment had to be made. So basically, you have to deplete the underlying policy to admit liability, and then the umbrella kicks in. In other words, it was critical for Murdoch to prove that he was at fault in the death.
I just want to remind everyone that this was a trial that had a person who went by Dick Poot.
We forget that part.
That's important.
Very. According to a report, according to a report filed in relation to the complaint from the attorney Scott Wallinger, who was hired by Lloyd's of London to represent Murdoch, Satterfield sustained a right-sided head laceration, a right-sided subdural hematoma, a traumatic brain injury, multiple left-side posterior rib fractures, a partially collapsed lung, and a pulmonary contusion. I will say that brings the fragility of human existence into very stark.
Oh man, the number of files I've seen where somebody ends up getting killed or seriously injured from a one-punch situation is, you think oh yeah, I can take a punch. It's like, well, I've seen people who take one punch and they end up like completely brain damaged and unable to function for the rest of their lives.
Yeah. So House Hippo here, that's an extreme. This list of injuries is not insignificant. Head laceration, right side subdural hematoma, so under the skin, internal bleeding, traumatic brain injury, so internal bleeding, multiple left side posterior rib fractures, so left side rib collapsing, and then the collapse of the lung based on, I'm imagining, the rib fractures and the pulmonary contusion. That's a lot. And that's why I say that's the fragility of the human body under certain circumstances. It's, you could fall out of a moving car going 50 miles an hour and somehow live, but like you fall off of a ladder, off a step, and it's the angle that you hit. So just don't take any of this stuff for granted. Be careful in everything you do.
People have been known to die doing things like they're drunk, they try to take a seat on a toilet in their house,
and they fall and hit their neck,
and they just fall, and that's it.
Yep. The one that you hear a lot of, which is actually remarkably tragic, is the slipping in the shower and grabbing the curtain, and then like you fall, and so please just be careful, folks. Don't take that for granted. The report also detailed Murdoch's account of what happened that day, stating he was the only person who heard Gloria say she had been tripped by the dogs. Murdoch also made a point to say Gloria was not at Mosel working that day, but instead had stopped by the property that morning to pick up a check. Both the cause of Satterfield's fall and her purpose for being at Mosel were critical to his story. Had she fallen due to clumsiness or an illness, there would not have been a payout on the claim because Murdoch would not have been negligent. And if she had come to Mosel to perform duties relating to her job, her fall would have resulted in a workers' compensation claim. In a response filed in the U.S. District Court on May 1st, Murdoch formally and belatedly corrected the record regarding the day Satterfield died. So, this is where we now start to get into the meat of the story, and we'll get there in a second. So, the quote, no dogs were involved in the fall of Gloria Satterfield on February 2nd, 2018. Now, again, this was filed May 1st, 2023. After he's been convicted, after he's confessed the judgment, and well after this injury took place. Murdoch invented Miss Satterfield's purported statement that dogs caused her fall to force his insurers to make the settlement payment, and he stated that she was not on the property to perform work. So, Murdoch's latest account not only leaves many wondering what happens next in the case, but perhaps more importantly, raises questions regarding his sudden honesty. I would take issue with this last little part. I don't know that. And there's a point to be made here, and I will get there. In his response, Murdoch admits a number of facts that have long been in question. Among them, he recommended Corey Fleming, a suspended attorney and alleged co-conspirator, to steal the proceeds. Okay. He asked Brian, Harriet, and Tony Satterfield to renounce their respective rights to be personal representatives. Okay. He was not a bona fide insured seeking coverage because he invented the critical facts. Okay. He demanded Nautilus pay its full policy limits, and he threatened to admit liability at trial. Okay. He states Corey Fleming, Moss & Kuhn, PA, Chad Westendorf, and Palmetto State Bank did not conspire or collude with him to cause the fraudulent claim payout. Every one of these is quasi self-serving.
Not quasi self-serving. It's just straight up self-serving.
It's self-serving. These are facts that might at first glance appear to be like admitting things you don't want to admit, but they're all self-serving when you look at the grander scheme. According to Murdoch's response, the Satterfield family and their attorneys, Eric Bland and Ronnie Richter, have recovered over $7.5 million to date through a civil lawsuit filed in Hampton County based on allegations that Murdoch converted the payments that should have been made to the Satterfield estate. If Nautilus never should have made any payment to the Satterfield estate, only attempted to do so because it was a victim of a fraud, then the parties in possession of a recovery of money allegedly solely from Nautilus are necessary parties to an action by Nautilus for recovery that money because A, the court cannot accord complete relief among the existing parties, and B, those persons and entities claim an interest. So let me break this down. What this paragraph says in legalese is, if Nautilus only paid Satterfield because I lied to them, and right now Nautilus is suing me, then the court can't really determine who owes what money to whom without bringing the people I paid the money to or the people that got the money back into the lawsuit. So bring them back in. Let's unwind this transaction and let's sort everything out. Do I owe money to Nautilus or do I owe money to the Satterfields?
Or to no one at all.
Or do I owe money to nobody at all? Because that's what he really wants. So that's what that paragraph basically says. Since none of the $7.5 million received by Satterfield family or their attorneys came from Nautilus, it's unclear what the admission could mean for her family or for Bland and Richter. The money recovered from the parties other than Nautilus for breaches of its duties to the Satterfield family. The $4.3 million settlement paid by Nautilus for the death of Gloria Satterfield was stolen by Murdoch, who admitted to this theft during his murder trial and never received by her family. So let's take a look at the pleadings, shall we? I think this is interesting. We shall. And to pleadings we shall go. Where is that file? So what's interesting about this is that what is not reported in that particular story is the week prior to this motion being filed, the judge in the state court made a very interesting statement. Said that Mr. Murdoch was not entitled to use any of the funds from his 401k to fund his appeal. So Jim Griffin and Dick Harpootlian, who are running the appeal, Murdoch doesn't have any money, thought he could use the 401k, can't use the 401k, no money in the 401k, can't use it. Judgment outstanding, receivers in place, so they can't touch the money that he would be entitled to. How do we free up the funds? Oh, this. That's speculation on my part. I hope you enjoyed that minute of speculation, because that's exactly what that was, speculation. Defendant Murdoch's Rule 60B motion for relief from judgment. Defendant Richard Alexander Alex Murdoch, through an undersigned counsel pursuant to Rules 60B3 and 60B4 of the South Carolina Rules of Civil Procedure, hereby moves for an order vacating the judgment confessed by Mr. Murdoch in favor of plaintiffs on May 31st, 2022. Defendant Murdoch was a lawyer and formerly a partner at the law firm. And I cannot, can I make this? I haven't made this statement before. The PMPED, can I just like, this is going to sound
just like they need an I in there.
I was going to say, it's like pimpin'. It's a pimpin' been since been pimpin' since been pimpin'. Like, why is it just, it's.
So in Canada, somebody tried to set up like pimp law. And the law society in their province told them, you can go fuck yourself.
Like, you've been pimped. You've been pimped.
Well, it's just like,
like-
hey,
like if you- if
that's
you're
just
a-
criminal activity. You're not allowed to do that as your firm name.
If you're a former client of this law firm, you've been pimped. I that was really, really disparaging. I didn't mean it that way, but fuck, like, can you not reorder the names? Why do you make it that way? You had the choice. MPPED, like just why is it pimped? We're just going to call it the law firm. We're going to call it the law firm. Okay. Following the murder of his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, on June 27, 2021, which he was convicted of doing. I think that's an interesting omission because the court knows that. Mr. Murdoch's opioid addiction spiraled out of control. Also during that time, the law firm began to investigate missing fees from Mr. Murdoch's cases. On September 3rd, the law firm confronted Mr. Murdoch about the missing fees. Mr. Murdoch admitted to misconduct and resigned from the law firm. The following day, Mr. Murdoch was shot in the head by Curtis Eddie Smith, his drug dealer, in a failed assisted suicide attempt. That's a like take the facts and just make them as self-serving as you would like. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, I do not recommend getting shot in the head.
It's a bad way to go. It really is just unfortunate.
I mean, there's worse way to go, but
head wounds don't usually do the job. Like I just
if you do enough,
I'm sorry, I take that back. I take that back.
Like if you go hard on the head wound, it'll do the job.
This is a no hat. Mr. Murdoch, they're out to
engage the thirst.
Stop.
He took the hat off. You can set thirst to like 9 out of 10.
Bitch, can I just like I need frustration for the moment. Like frustration. Just Mr. Murdoch thereafter began inpatient drug rehabilitation on September 15th of 2021. Warrants were issued in Hampton County for his arrest on charges of insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and making a false police report, all arising from his failed suicide attempt. The shame. Also on September 15th, 2021, this action was filed. Whoa. Plaintiffs allege defendants conspired to steal proceeds from the settlement of claims arising from the death of Mr. Murdoch's longtime housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield, at Mr. Murdoch's Colton County residence, Mosel. The original causes of action asserted against Mr. Murdoch were equitable accounting, civil conspiracy, and conversion. Translating, you have my shit, I need an accounting of my shit. Civil conspiracy, you conspire with someone to steal my shit. And conversion, you stole my shit. The original complaint did not allege Mr. Murdoch's dogs caused Miss Satterfield's fall, or that Mr. Murdoch told anyone his dogs caused the fall. Oh my, there was an omission in the facts. The operative second amended complaint asserts causes of action against Mr. Murdoch for equitable accounting, civil conspiracy, and legal malpractice. Breach of fiduciary duty. It alleges, according to the Murdochs, and as reported to Gloria's family and others, Gloria's fall down the exterior stairs of the Murdoch's Mosel, South Carolina home in Colton County was caused by accident by Murdoch's dogs. This is a complaint that, by their very admission, was drafted and filed by an attorney of Alex Murdoch's choosing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why are you citing this here?
For shits and giggles.
Okay. Mr. Murdoch confessed judgment to the plaintiffs on May 31st, 2022. He confessed judgment to a complaint that he had a part in drafting.
Mm-hmm. And also that he had a financial interest in because he was planning to steal it.
Can we go to like that part, like that part, like that, like you drafted it, you confessed judgment to it, and now you're like, nah, bro. Defendant now moves to vacate that confessed judgment under Rule 60B3 of the South Carolina rules. Oh, you fucking asshole. because of other misconduct by plaintiff's counsel in respect to this matter, and Rule 60b-4 because of the confession is void under South Carolina law. Huh. Best of luck, sirs. Best of luck. As discussed in more detail below, and for further and additional reasons that will be presented at the hearing on this motion, if you are granted one, the judgment should be vacated because it fails to comport with the requirements of South Carolina law, because it was based on inaccurate facts. You're not going to get to retry the case. And because the judgment does not serve and was not obtained for any legitimate purpose. Wow, that's a bold assertion. Mr. Murdoch makes this motion to correct those errors and set the record straight about the events underlying this action. That, my friends, holy shit. Mr. Murdoch makes this motion to correct these errors and set the record straight about the events underlying this action.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of thoughts. Like, you were the least trustworthy witness I think I've ever seen. Like, and now in writing, you're going to say, I want to correct the record and just make things right. Look, I might have had opinions on how that trial was run and whether a burden of proof was met, but the opinions on Alex Murdoch and his credibility, I never had a question on those. Oh my God. This isn't a filing. This is filing court. This is a real thing. We are being serious. We are being serious. Oh, fuck. Okay. Given the complicated nature of the underlying facts of the case and the relevance to this motion, defendant provides the following timeline of relevant events in this case. February 2, 2018, Gloria Satterfield faints and falls down the stairs. Okay, we know that. February 26th, Ms. Satterfield dies in the hospital. We know that too. March 18th, Mr. Murdoch informs Nautilus adjuster that he seeks coverage under the umbrella policy. Okay. March 22. In a conversation with the insurance adjusters, Mr. Murdoch says that Ms. Satterfield briefly regained consciousness before EMS arrived and told him, but nobody else, that Mr. Murdoch's dogs caused her fall, thereby implicating over $5.5 million insurance coverage. Now, this is the curious part. This part right here. Because this is where this lawsuit has a little question. And the thing is, I don't think this is going to be undone. Because judgment was already entered, and I don't see a reason for the judge to undo it. But from a pure legal standpoint.
What about for the lulz?
For the laws. This is for the laws. You have to believe Alex Murdoch in one of these two statements.
I don't believe him in any statements.
So in that case, Satterfield doesn't get money.
Yeah.
That's what that is. Like that's what that means. Either you believe Murdoch or the insurance company did and you don't touch the judgment, which is my inclination of what the judge is going to do. Confess judgment, not unwinding it. Right? That's what I'm going to say. Like, not going to go to the merits of the issue. But if you get to the merits of the issue, you have to believe Murdoch in one of these two narratives. Like, dogs involved, dogs not involved. Because his word is the only one that's there.
Mm-hmm.
And dogs involved, Satterfield gets money. Dogs not involved, Satterfield doesn't get money. That's why I think a judge isn't going to touch it. Like, they're going to say, no, confess judgment, walk away.
Yeah, this has just already been decided. Go on.
Yeah, because imagine being the judge that overturns that. March 2018, Gloria Fleming begins representing Satterfield in wrongful death. Okay, Fleming is his buddy. March 28th, Satterfield appointed personal representative. Again, did not good things. March 29th, Mr. Murdoch provides a recorded statement to insurance investigators. Indicated dogs had caused the fall. I need to get the facts are going to piss me off. I need to get a legal argument because this is Gartland. Mediation, Nautilus agrees to pay. Yes. Fitz News reports. I get it. Like, you don't like the pressure. I get you don't like the pressure. This is the thing. They repeat over and over. They don't like the pressure. They don't like the out of court statements. You don't get to change those. October 19th, Judge Newman holds a bond hearing on the 2 warrants regarding the Satterfield settlement. Mr. Bland gives a passionate speech against bond for Mr. Murdoch. I thought he said he was gonna
Rob.
Yo.
So it turns out that I don't have the ability to upload things.
Why?
To your brand features.
What am I uploading?
I'm sending you a video that has to go in there.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Format?
I just got to.
Is it in Signal?
I'll send it to you momentarily.
Okay. Judge Newman holds a bond hearing on the 2 warrants regarding the Satterfield settlement. Mr. Blaine gives a passionate speech against bond. This is a sad day, Your Honor. It's a sad day for lawyers that we look upon. Another lawyer who stole money from clients. Alex Murdoch stained our profession. He also put a black eye on this state. A little overdramatic, but not bad. He is a clear and present danger to the citizens. Oh, little overdramatic, but not bad. Not bad. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. I see. Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, next sentence. Yeah, this is a man that used the gun Labor Day weekend. Okay. That man that used a pen to steal 3.3 million and another 118,000. I like the pen thing. Used a pen. I like that.
I prefer a sword.
I do too, but I like the whole like used a gun Labor Day and then the contrast used a pen. Like tell the judge the dichotomy. That's a good argument. And I see your weapon. It's no different than someone walking to a bank and using a gun. We need to make sure that when somebody steals with a pen, it's the same as if they're stealing with a gun.
I just messaged you a video clip.
Okay,
that needs to be.
This. It's pretty good. No, I want him not to have bond. I would love it if this man was locked up and he couldn't harm anybody else. But there is a presumption that somebody is going to get bond. If you're going to put bond, put those serious conditions on him that will restrain him. Our position is he does not deserve bond. He forfeited that right he stole. He's a liar and he's a cheat. All right, that's fair. He made that remark. That's okay. Newman denies bond. Okay, that's fine. Co-receivers get appointed. Bland continues his statement of extrajudicial statements. There is nothing that precludes attorneys from making extrajudicial statements. They're allowed to say what they want to about the case unless there's a gag order. There's no gag order. They can say whatever the hell they want.
I mean, there's limits to that.
The limits are.
Chad is asking for you to embiggen the text.
I will try. Hang on. Really, Ian? Really?
Yes.
Really?
Add it to the brand list.
Really?
Yes.
This is for your benefit, not mine.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
You son of a bitch. I don't like you. Like, don't get me wrong. I love you. I don't like you. I'm
It's
allowed to.
appropriate.
I'm allowed to have that. I'm allowed to have that space where I can make that remark. Like, I can love you as a friend. I don't have to
All
like
right.
you in every
So,
moment.
chat, I got to show you what I just added.
You don't have to do that yet. Wait.
Yep.
The toilet noise.
It's just water noises.
November 10th, Mr. Bland continues his campaign of extrajudicial statements, this time regarding Mr. Murdoch's habeas petition to the South Carolina Supreme Court seeking bond. Since the original bond hearing, Alex Murdoch has taken financial actions which clearly show that he has no respect for the judicial process, legitimate creditors, and victims of his criminal activities, and that the ordinary rules do not apply to him. These financial transactions and how they were manipulated by Alex Murdoch and those close to him show that, in addition, he is a flight risk. I think he was less a flight risk and more not going to be around for trial risk for other reasons. Just saying. More, why are we all the remarks and extrajudicial statements? I need to get to the part that's actually decent because they talk about some of these communications. Privilege. Wait, declines to waive privilege. Where's Griffin? Because the lawyers come up in here. Hang on. Grand jury, Nautilus. Convicted, Nautilus, all the things, fraud. We're just going to try and unwind everything. What the hell, man? I mean, let me just do a search. Control F, Griffin. Did you finish that? Harpootlian. Oh, look, there's 3 references. Dick. Oh, we're out of dicks. Oh, I am a child.
Are we now?
I'm not a child. So the confessed judgment should be set aside under Rule 60B4 because it is void. Before judgment by confession shall be entered, a statement in writing must be made and signed by the defendant and verified by his oath to the following effect. If it be for the purpose of securing the plaintiff against contingent liability, it must state concisely the facts constituting the liability and must show that the sum confessed therefore does not exceed the liability. Are we really going to parse words of confessed judgment? Like confessed judgment. The outcome of a pending lawsuit is a contingent liability. No, not when you confess judgment. You're citing Black's Law Dictionary? You're out of your effing mind.
Nobody cites Black's Law Dictionary.
Go on. The statute therefore requires a confession judgment in a pending lawsuit to state the facts constituting liability and show the sum confessed does not exceed the liability. Okay. That you cited that code above. Why are you reciting it here? Here, the confession issue states no facts whatsoever regarding the base of the liability. It's in the damn record. It merely states debtor admits liability to the judgment creditors for the claims asserted against him in her complaint. This is the dumbest argument I've ever heard. Nor did it show that the sum confessed did not exceed that liability. In fact, it did exceed the liability by $113,800. Are you fucking kidding me? In fact, it did exceed the liability by $113,800. The remainder of the $4,305,000 settlement was that recovered because it left Mr. Fleming's law firm's trust account. Mr. Bland was not concerned about this because, in his words, it's monopoly money. You cherry-picking little fucker. The amount of confessed judgment was, in Mr. Bland's word, merely symbolic. You cherry-picking little shit. The reason the legislature enacted the statute regulating confession. Oh, please profess to tell us the rationale of the legislature in a pending lawsuit is to avoid exactly the situation where a symbolic, fact-free confession of judgment obstructs the adjudication of claims involving multiple claimants by favoring one victim over the others. Further, that statute. Oh, you know what? You're even bigger a shitbag than I thought you were. Oh, this is bankruptcy law. You little asshole. Oh. So, let me take a second here. Bankruptcy law. People complain to me oftentimes because they get sued by a bankruptcy trustee. Next story. We're going to get there in a minute. And they get sued because they received money from someone who is now in bankruptcy. They received that money within the year prior to their filing bankruptcy. And they're saying, why do I owe this money back? I did the work. I received the money. I got paid, right? That's what they say. I did these things. I deserve to get paid. And they're right. However, bankruptcy law builds in a fairness doctrine to all creditors. Basically, when someone is insolvent, when they don't have money to pay everybody, and they make a payment to somebody, that payment is inherently unfair to everybody else. So bankruptcy law allows an avenue to bring that back into the fold and distribute that evenly across all the creditors. So you don't get paid in full for the work you did. You get what would have been paid to everybody else for that year when that company was insolvent. What Alex Murdoch is doing right here is he is pretending to be this grand and noble individual who says, there were a lot of creditors that could have been owed that money. That money that I owed to all of these people should have been given out to everybody else, and you should not have received the portion that you received. That's the rationale in this law. That is why that law is written. It is to match bankruptcy law. This is fuck you.
So, pursuant to the suggestions from chat, I have uploaded or I've sent you a new version of the of that video, which should replace the previous one. So that should happen. It's important.
I get it. I'm processing anger right now. Just give me a second. I'm uploading this.
This will help you process anger. I mean, probably into different anger, but
it didn't save. Why is it not saving? Save, you son of a bitch. This is taking a law that was intended for a good purpose and fucking with it. That's really messed up. You sent it in an MP4, right? Like, why is it not saving?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it's an MP4.
Oh, it came through without a file name.
Oh, okay.
It's not your fault. It's the fault of everybody. I'm so mad right now. Like, I'm so mad at this motion. Ian fucking Runkle. Ian, you son of a bitch. The violence I should bestow upon you. Oh my God. I'm less angry at Murdoch right now.
See, I told you it'd help.
Oh, baby.
I told you it'd help process anger into different anger.
It processed anger into different anger. Mm-hmm. Ian is so happy with himself right now. He is so pleased. I am gonna get you back for that, you asshole. Oh, baby. You are in so trouble. Oh my God. Okay. This motion is bullshit. This motion is complete bullshit. Oh my God. Okay. For further, that statute is the sole authority for judgment by a party's confession, as opposed to judgment entered upon adjudication by the court. It is essentially the statute providing parties jurisdiction to enter judgment by confession. Oh, it's gonna make me more mad. Son of a bitch. The confession provided petitioners agree that respondent may immediately by affidavit through its attorney set forth the correct amount of this judgment by adjusting the amount stated above for any credits previously applied. That's actually relatively standard language. The affidavit was not filed. The judgment was challenged under Rule 60b-4 on the grounds that failure to file it rendered the judgment void. Okay, so case law, good for you. The confession in this case, however, fails to satisfy SC Code 15-35-360. The parties admittedly acted ultra vires, which means outside the scope of their original authority, when they purported to enter a confessed judgment that did not comport with the statute controlling confessed judgments. And so the confessed judgment is void ab initio, which means from the start, as if it never existed. Go on. I hate all of your arguments. They're stupid. I'm really upset right now. This aptly applies the confessed judgment here, which purports to affect the rights of the third parties, yet is a result of a private agreement in violation of law. Like, woe is me, you fucking asshole. Mr. Murdoch never had to pay a penny under the confessed judgment, never will. It has no value to plaintiffs at all. There's a way to say this. Ian, read this paragraph. There is a way to phrase this paragraph and not sound like the prick that he sounds like.
That aptly describes the confessed judgment here, which purports to affect the rights of third parties, yet is the result of a private agreement in violation of the law rather than a public adjudication conducted in accordance with the law. Mr. Murdaugh never had to pay a penny under the confessed judgment and never will. It has no value to plaintiffs at all and acts only to obstruct the recovery of other victims of Mr. Murdaugh's financial crimes, which is a plain due process violation.
This is filed by Ox Murdoch.
Mr. Murdoch is a complete sack of dicks.
Who the fuck files this? Who signs their name to who files this? It's Barber too, and I don't hate Barber, which is really annoying me. I don't hate Barber. I thought Barber was the good one of all of them, but Barber filed this. I know he did. Son of a bitch. The confessed judgment is to be set aside because it arises from other misconduct by the adverse party. I saw this blaming of the other side. Guys, I don't know if I can get through all of this. I'm going to lose my shit. Mr. Murdoch and his counsel do not challenge the confessed judgment because it somehow harms Mr. Murdoch. The confession harms Mr. Murdoch not at all. It does not require him to pay any money, and all his money is in the custody of receivers appointed by this court. If 10 insurance companies sued Mr. Murdoch for the same $4.3 million and all prevailed, Mr. Murdoch's life would not change in any way. Then why are you filing the fucking motion?
Just to be a shit.
That's the point. Like, why are you filing this motion? I know why you're filing this motion. I know exactly why you're filing this motion. I hate it, like at my core, because I get the argument you're trying to get to, which is that, like, the 401k proceeds, right? So the 401k proceeds, the judge made the wrong call. The judge made the wrong call. Those 401k proceeds, even when they are the fruit of illegitimate contributions, federal statute kind of protects them. And I don't know that the judge has the ability to invade that the way he did and said, no, you can't use them to fund your defense. I think the judge was wrong there. That's an appealable issue. You can appeal that issue. What you don't do is lose that argument and then say, well, hold up. The only motivated party right now is the Satterfields. So what if we yeeted them from the discussion and left only the banks who want nothing to do with this shitstorm? What if we left them holding the bag? Would they want to jump in and argue the same case? They probably wouldn't. So let's yeet the Satterfields and leave the banks to argue, because they won't argue. So we can then get the 401k proceeds. I really hate all of this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm being told I'm missing the emails. Are they attachments? I didn't see the attachments. Are they in the response that was filed? Because I didn't see those either. What Aaron said, can someone drop me a link via DM to the emails that I'm supposed to be reading? Because I don't know that I can lose my shit any more than I can right now. I am very not happy. So if someone pulls those emails up, I will take a look. I know that there was a violation of privilege. Oh, they're quoted. Oh, God, so I can search it. Fuck. Email. Mr. Bland. Draft confession. This is where I'm picking up. Let's see here. Mr. Bland states in an email to counsel that he wants entry of a confession to be delayed because, so we're now talking about settlement discussions via email between counsel. Oh, shit. Well, this is now a thing. Ian, did you know about this?
Which is that?
I'm going to read this paragraph and you tell me when you feel uncomfortable.
Now.
The same day, Mr. Bland reaches out to counsel for Mr. Murdoch to propose a confession of judgment. You there yet? I'm getting close. Among Mr. Bland's motivations for seeking the confession of judgment, you there yet? Is, upon information and belief, to eliminate the motion for a gag order, which would have been made moot by the resolution of Mr. Bland's client's claims against Mr. Murdoch. You there yet? Because it's settlement discussions. Of course, a confession of judgment from Mr. Murdoch would also impede any attempts by the insurance companies to recover the insurance proceeds they erroneously paid out for Mr. Satterfield's death, which Mr. Bland has reportedly already said is a concern that he has.
So
December 7th. Go ahead.
I'm just having a hard time figuring out what does Murdoch get from this other than just
to fuck people over,
stirring shit.
No, what he does is he removes a motivated defendant or a motivated plaintiff. He kicks the motivated plaintiff and then dares the other plaintiffs to interject. And now they're second in line and he gets his 401k proceeds. So December 7th, Mr. Bland provides a draft confession of judgment for $5 million. Mr. Bland states in an email to counsel that he wants the entry of the confession to be delayed because settlement discussions much? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
We would like to keep Alex in the Bank of America action for about 6 to 9 months, and we will agree to stay against him. In part, we don't want them, Bank of America, to remove to federal court immediately. We can discuss.
This is privileged.
All of this is privileged. We have some legitimate reasons for doing this, not just to defeat diversity. I think this is where I am. This might be a problem for Murdoch's attorneys. Mr. Murdoch counsel provides a response by proposing to change the amount of the confession to 4.191.2. That, which is the 4.305 settlement less 113,800, which is still in Mr. Fleming's IOLTA account. Mr. Bland responds, Jim, symbolically, it's got to be for the 4.3. Or back it all from 5 million. I have to have this. It's monopoly money. You're supposed to. Oh, there it is. Emphasis added. There you go. Also, Alex is going to have to write just a very brief apology to the family. These are fucking settlement discussions. Why is this in a pleading?
There is no basis for this to be in a pleading.
Why is this in a pleading?
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
I'm hard pressed. I mean, I think you would get sanctioned in Virginia if you did this. I think your ass would be in trouble with the bar.
I think you should get sanctioned for doing this.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Bland refers to the amount of the confession as monopoly money because the amount of confession is subject to set-offs or amounts previously paid by other defendants, which at this time was already more than the amount of the confessed judgment. Thus, the confession would not actually require Mr. Murdoch to pay 1 penny, nor would it give one more penny to plaintiffs. To entice Mr. Murdoch into this right here is the very, very fucking definition of settlement discussions and why they are not allowed in these pleadings, to entice Mr. Murdoch into making the cost-free confession. These are settlement discussions, you asshole. Mr. Bland offers not to oppose Mr. Murdoch's request for bond at the upcoming 4th hearing. Are you fucking kidding me?
This is just unreal.
Are you fucking kidding me? This offer, of course, was appealing to Mr. Murdoch, who, within the 6 months prior, Bland's confession, suffered the murder of his wife and son, had his financial misdeeds exposed and his drug. Are you fucking kidding me? You put this in writing. Wow. I don't know that I have a lot to say. January 13th, in response to inquiries from Nautilus about the request for U.S. Attorney's Office, Mr. Murdoch declines to waive any privilege you may have pertaining to the file. Bank of America settles. Okay. Co-receivers for Murdoch's assets file a proposed confession of judgment to the plaintiffs. The proposed confession is filed in the Beach case. Proposed confession admits liability. So this part might be interesting, like the fact that this is filed by the receivers and not him, because they can speak for the estate. They can't speak for him personally. And the judge ruled to that effect this week. Fleming is for settle complaint in federal court. Mr. Murdoch executes the judgment. Indicted for the murder of his wife and son. Federal court stays the action. Murder trial begins. Murdoch convicted, sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences. Then Murdoch files an answer. In his answer, Mr. Murdoch admits that he invented the story about the dogs knocking. That's very, how sweet and timely of him. How amazingly timely of him to admit that he invented the story about the dogs knocking Miss Satterfield down the stairs at Mosel for the purpose of causing Lloyd's of London and Nautilus to pay the settlement funds. They stole them. Denies that anyone else was aware of his intent to steal the money. Or that knew that he invented the story about the dogs knocking her down the stairs.
I mean, it seems likely that he invented the story about the dogs knocking her down the stairs so that she'd get a settlement, which he could then steal.
I get it.
But
should he benefit from that?
No, I mean, honestly, what he deserves is for somebody with a golf club to visit him every Saturday and see how far they can hit the balls. But that's not going to happen.
Club? Because I've got a pretty solid swing with a driver.
I'm just going to say I don't know shit about golf clubs, so that's as far as that metaphor is going to go.
I can't read this anymore. I can't. Fuck all the way off. Like, what did I just read? Literally, fuck all the way off.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is that legal argument? Like, I get that there's some possible, like, stretch, like, black letter law reading that might get you to that conclusion, but wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was traumatic. That was fun. Let's I've got a fun little brief. Can we happy swoop. Oh my god. I'm traumatized. I'm not, but we're gonna did you guys know that the Wizard of Oz slippers were stolen? Did you know this?
I did not.
Isn't this cool?
No, because this makes me worry that it might be a fetish thing. In which case, you don't want those slippers back. Just apply fire.
Oh, I can't believe I said that. Oh my god, that hurt my soul. Oh, I can't show my face on screen. Hang on. We're gonna hide for the avatar. So a man faces federal charges in the theft of the iconic sequin ruby slippers from the movie classic Wizard of Oz. Okay, so here's the thing. This is a really interesting story. So a man faces federal charges for the stealing the pair of the slippers from the Judy blah blah blah. Yeah, Terry Martin was indicted by a federal grand jury for the theft of an object of cultural heritage from the care, custody, and control of a museum, or authorities said in a news release. We're gonna go past that. The indictment filed Tuesday in a federal court in Minneapolis charges Martin with one count of theft of major artwork, officials say. The shoes, known as the traveling pair, go away ad, are one of several pairs used in the movie classic. Only 4 pairs used in the film are known to exist. So 4 total pairs of slippers. I'm back. The slippers appraised at $3.5 million.
Were you yourself ruby slipper colored?
Kind of for a minute. The slippers appraised at $3.5 million are among the most recognizable American film memorabilia from the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids. The slippers were nabbed early. Listen to this. Nabbed in August 28th of 2005. 2005. From the museum, once the childhood home of Judy Garland. Who played Dorothy. They were found more than a dozen years later after officials said an individual approached the company that insured the slippers, saying they had information about the shoes and how they could be returned.
When it became apparent that those involved were in reality attempting to extort the owners of the slippers, said Special Agent Christopher Dudley, dude, imagine being with the FBI and you're like, hey, you know the ruby slippers? We have a lead. We have a lead. And you're like, in the FBI, you're like, I'm on it, boss. Okay. That was just a funny aside. The slippers were recovered in July of 2018 during undercover
What it's
operation.
going to be is like you were tracking down some terrorist, and it's like, stop everything. You've got to find some shoes.
This gets better, Ian. We're going to read this dramatically. The slippers were recovered in July 2018 during an undercover operation in Minneapolis after nearly a year-long investigation with the help of the FBI's art crime team, the FBI laboratory, and field offices in Chicago, Atlanta, and Miami. Undercover operation. The nearly 80-year-old slippers were transported to the Smithsonian National Museum of American History and analyzed. Now, this is the cool part.
Wait, do they have a professional shoe sniffer?
Oh, God, you had to go there.
I did.
I did not see that coming. Truffle Hound, are there professional shoe sniffers? I feel like as a Truffle Hound, you would know if that's true or not. And it turns out the recovered shoes and the pair in the museum's collection are mismatched twins. This part I thought was cool. The whole story is wild, right? So mismatched twins. So apparently the shoes that were recovered and the shoes that they had in the museum that they had displayed as the shoes, they had like a right foot and the different left foot. And then the stolen pair was like the left foot and the different right foot. Like, yeah, I thought that was fun. So now you end up getting a conclusion to a story that we didn't know we needed to hear. I think it's fun. I also hate that thing that you made me add to the stream. But anyways, what was that?
But we're going to keep it.
Darth Tater.
Thank
Darth
you, I
Tater.
have views.
Darth Tater. Darth Tater. Oh, Chrissy Lee was messaging me separately. She sent me a picture of her puppers. It's really kind of cute. Do not disturb me on the mood. Fantastic. Sweaty feet is not my particular kink. Sorry. Just mushrooms. All right. So we have one more story. And let's actually check this. So for those of you guys who didn't know earlier, Tiffany Bernier, who is a longtime follower of the channel, recently suffered a loss in her family. Mods, if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to repost the GoFundMe for her husband who passed unexpectedly. If you do have the means and ability, please feel free to check that out. Like I said, I'm very sorry for her loss. I just went back and checked on it. Looks like you guys have already done a lot. And thank you so much for all of those who contributed. You guys are amazing. So thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Mods, you can repost that link if you want to. All right. I need 2 seconds for a refresher. Ian, can you? I am scared, but I'm going to trust you for. Please don't betray the trust.
I'll be good. All right, Chad. I've just promised that I'll be good. So I can't roll the clip again, much as I was tempted to. You see this? Are you really leaving Ian in charge? Come on. I'm not that bad. Okay, maybe I'm a little bit. I see a question. Mods, can we pin the message? I'm going to see if I can hit the pin. No, I don't have pin powers. So, yeah, no option to pin it. So, but if you scroll back, you can find it. That's, entirely there. So I guess what else is going on? I see people saying, What, roll it again? No, we got to wait until he's back. It's no fun if he's not around. So if you check, I'll grift myself while he's gone. So check out my channel. I just discussed a change to Canadian law that they're proposing. And I got to say, it's a really stupid change because most of what it does actually is just nothing whatsoever. But I also just, I'll talk about the hot sauce that I just ordered. Or just, I'm getting the hot sauce delivered tomorrow. So at that point, what I'll have to do is generate labels. And once I generate those labels, then I got to go through and figure out what I got to do to get them shippable to the US. Because the US has a bunch of rules about that. But I don't know what the sort of price point is going to be yet. I got to see what those labels are going to cost. I got to design the labels. The hot sauce, this like the basic level, is it's kind of habanero forward, and some other stuff in there in the background. And can I ship within Canada? You bet. They are glass. They're little glass, like woozy bottles, so like standard hot sauce bottles. But I've also got. So there's 80 of the standard hotness. There's also going to be 84 of the increased hotness. So the increased hotness is going to be that is enhanced with some Carolina Reaper, and I can tell you, Carolina Reaper doesn't play around. So the hope is that it'll be. The hope is that one of them will be sort of a pleasant thing that you could put on sandwiches and whatever else. And the other one is gonna, it's gonna come to play is sort of the idea. But I haven't actually checked.
Why are you playing with sandwiches?
I'm talking about the hot sauce.
You're playing with sandwiches.
I am talking about the hot sauce, and I'm looking forward to. I got to ship you some hot sauce. I
need the hot sauce
to some other people as well.
Yep.
But we'll see. And then I got to make labels for it so that it's hopefully importable into the US.
Can we collaborate on the label creation part? Because I think that like we can come up with some fun ideas.
I think so. I'm gonna play around because yeah. I am looking forward to that.
My mom got toothpaste delivered to my house. That was a package of toothpaste.
Why
like
did
a
you get toothpaste
whole
delivered to your
box.
house?
Because she loves Amazon, like more than life itself. And Amazon delivers everything, including like bulk toothpaste deliveries. So, yeah. But,
well,
it happens. You know what?
Bless your heart.
Yep, that's how we're doing that.
I missed what that said.
It said, bless your heart. You have that. Wait. Oh, no. Hang on. I need 2 more seconds. This is legit.
So I'm just trying to find the hot sauce, like hot sauce labels. But yeah, I'm hoping to get some labels that are decent. I just got to I'm gonna have to design them. I'm gonna have to sort of figure all that out. So what you got there?
So someone wanted, I don't know who did this. I don't know which one of y'all did this in which chat, whether it was EDB's or whether it was Ian's, whether it's mine. I don't know who encouraged this behavior. My pickle has a cape.
My pickle is capeless. Chat, stop. I know you're thinking of euphemisms, and stop it.
I'm removing that. You need to I'm removing that until you change the audio behind it. I am removing that.
The
You are
audio
not allowed
is
to.
perfect.
No, the audio is not perfect. That's removed. You are not allowed to use the lusty.
The audio is perfect.
It is not perfect. It is terrible. But the pickle has a cape.
So you removed the audio, so I can't use that again, correct?
Correct. You asshole. And whoever, like, was this Judy who got this? I think it was Judy who got this. Did this. I'm not going to make a remark about how like it's snug as a rug and a bug, and it came with its own peach, the pickle and the peach. I think the pickle and the peach needs to be its own story right now. Like, it needs to be its own story. So someone needs to create the pickle and the peach story.
Mm-hmm.
So Judy, you got this. And shout out to doing this with rheumatoid arthritis. Like, I'm sorry if I'm sharing that and you didn't want me to, but honestly, I love the fact that you did it. Like, you pushed through and did that through despite the pain, because it's pretty freaking awesome. So I'm just calling it out for what it is. Pretty awesome. So 3 cocktails. That's how much. No, you're not allowed to know what they are. We have one more story. One more story. We have to swoop for it. New swoop or old swoop? Or both swoops?
Both swoops.
I think the new one wins. New one wins. People disagree. So FTX. I know it's been a while since we've talked about our favorite crypto kings, Fried and all of their ilk. But you know what? I'm going to pull up a story. We're not going to do the pleadings on this one because the pleadings are kind of dry. So FTX embed clawback. Because the pleadings don't really allow for a lot of the explanation to make sense. Ian, pick between Reuters, Cointelegraph, or WSJ.
Let's go with Reuters.
Reuters? Okay. And we shall explain. So FTX seeks to claw back over $240 million from the Embed acquisition.
Huh.
240. That's not a small number. That's bigger than most lawsuits we see. And why is this not being reported more broadly? Because it's a bankruptcy filing and no one gives a shit about bankruptcy. Crypto exchange FTX is seeking to claw back more than $240 million it paid for stock trading platform Embed, saying former FTX insiders did no investigation before buying the essentially worthless, bug-ridden software platform. They bought equity in it, though. That's the problem. FTX filed 3 lawsuits late Wednesday, targeting former FTX insiders, including indicted Sam Bankman-Fried, Embed executives, including founder Michael Giles, and Embed shareholders. FTX alleged that Bankman-Fried and other FTX insiders misappropriated company funds to acquire the stakes in Embed as part of the transaction. Now, this is kind of Reuters missing the grander legal understanding here. So here's the thing. I mentioned back when the bankruptcy first got filed. Let me pull this down real quick. When the bankruptcy first got filed, every dollar that goes out of that entity within a certain period of time prior to their filing it's not fair. We talked about this with Murdoch. It's not fair to be able to choose who gets the money you have when you don't have the money to give everybody, right? So the bankruptcy law allows you to claw that back, bring it back into the fold, and distribute it evenly across all parties. So FTX, within weeks prior to their filing, they were going out and trying to acquire, wow, my hair, holy motherfucker. So FTX was going out, and prior to filing bankruptcy, they were trying to acquire another entity to make them look more legitimate. They were trying to acquire Embed Financial Industries, which had a stock exchange, and they wanted to incorporate stock exchange on their crypto app. You don't see any problems with this, like just generally speaking?
I mean, everything about FTX is problems from the beginning to the end.
Yeah. Maybe FTX should have invested Alex's 401k and just we wouldn't have that problem. It's no, Nicole, we're gonna deal with it for now. See, that's the same thing. Yeah, exactly. So FTX spent $240 million in the acquisition of Embed Financial Industries, basically saying, look, you have a stock trading platform. We would like to incorporate that into our platform. So we are going to take money from the various entities that we own. And by we, I mean Sam Bankman-Fried, Nishad Singh, and Gary Wang. And they were like, we're going to control all these assets and have them spend money to buy you, bring you into the enterprise. And what we're going to do is, because we're the owners and we're so gracious, we're going to leave a little bit of equity stake on the back end for us to get after the acquisition. Isn't that nice of them to do for themselves?
It's so nice.
Oh, it's so great. So the funny thing about this is that, yes, this might seem unfair to a lot of people, and we lose this context with this story. Because FTX, people love to blame them for everything. However, this happens in almost every bankruptcy case where money.
I blame them for everything.
That's a fair position, to be honest with what we've seen. But let's say a contractor, right? So contractors pay subcontractors, right? When a general contractor files bankruptcy, they have paid their subcontractors a lot of money in the last year, right? They have. However, they owe a lot of money to banks and to people and to projects they have not finished. They owe a lot of money to a lot of people. So it is very unfortunate that sometimes the trustee has to sue these contractors to try and get that money back and say, yes, you received the money. Yes, you did the work. But you kind of have to take a loss like everybody else. That's what the premise is. Like, everyone was going to take a loss. You have to take a loss with everybody else. And it might not seem fair, but that's how the code is written. So this is kind of that. It's essentially Embed and the people that received money, because they received $240 million. So this company received $240 million while FTX owed well in excess of that to other people. So people that are sitting over at Embed, the people that have that money, they're like, yo, I got bought out. I have all of this money. Good thing I wasn't left holding the bag at the end of the day. Well, the law is written to kind of make that not happen. So they get to claw back some of these things that take place. And in order to do that, they have to sue everyone involved in the transaction. And I made the comment when this bankruptcy first started, you're going to see these happen left, right, and center. And this is the first big one to come through. So 240 million saying, no, we need this money back because we have to distribute it fairly. The reason I think this story is interesting, because this is the first time. This case is kind of clear cut. Now, I want to remind you that, no, tweeted US News, not 40 million, 240 million. So $240 million. So, and the thing is, this is different. What the bankruptcy trustee is doing is they have to bring the lawsuit now, because they have to try and bring as much of that back into the fold as they can to give distribution to creditors and maximize that gain. Because you're right, from a lot of these different entities, if they let it go on for on and on and on, all they're going to have is a piece of paper that they owe money, not worth anything. But if you sue them early enough, for example, the Embed entities, they will say, I agree that we had this money. We will give this back. Please allow us to have a claim and share pro rata. So let us get a share of the distribution in the end. That's how that works. So basically saying, yes, you gave me money. Yes, it shouldn't have been given. I'm giving it back. But by me giving it back voluntarily, you make sure I get my cut at the end. Like, it's not like the perfect thing I would have gotten. It's a small percentage, but make sure I get something. That's what that is. So that's how that's supposed to work. That said, the trustee has already indicated that all those political contributions that were made, there was kind of a warning given out on the website. Like, hey, we know a lot of money was giving out like politically. FYI, we are giving you a grace period to kindly voluntarily return that to us. Like, we would like to not sue you politicians, but we might.
But we will for sport.
I am all for that part. Like, I'm all for that because there's a lot of big names on there. And I would just out of sheer morbid curiosity, love to see what happened. But that's kind of the short and swift version of that story. You have a lawsuit that's been filed. No answer has been filed yet. It's just been filed on a Wednesday. We're going to track it and see what happens with it. So that's kind of where we left with that. So isn't that wonderful? Look, 3 stories, guys, and you got a 4th one for a bonus. You got the slippers, and you got Ian's creativity.
And you said I had to change the audio.
You changed the audio.
So I've got I modified the audio.
Oh, it's you sent it to me with the modify audio. I'm previewing this. You did not change. You made it worse. I learned my lesson, sir. You took the audio and you made it 7 seconds, not 4. I learned my lesson. I am wise to your tricks. Rob has learned I can do that. Yes, I can. From every now. Yep, he did. It was all the worst things. Can't. Nope. Not gonna happen.
You're not gonna run that?
Nope. Nope. And I'm dying right now for Ian is turning red in the face. Ian is turning red in the face. Look at that elf go red in the face. It's fantastic. So let's swoop and get to some super chats, please.
See, now the chat's dying of curiosity.
They can live. They'll live. So why is D&D so frequently associated with dark?
That basically comes down to a woman by the name of Pat Pulling, who by all accounts was a very terrible mother. And her son self-deleted. And then she blamed D&D.
Wow. Okay.
She formed a group called Bothered About Dungeons and Dragons, and basically started pushing this scare.
That is wow. Okay. Angie, I'm trying to blame Zora. It's like EDB blaming Fred for moving the camera. Mm-hmm.
She was literally eating the cables.
Just like Emily D. Baker oftentimes says on live stream that Fred is literally doing something, but I have not seen images that prove said fact.
You know, you don't always have pictures of malfeasance.
I know, It's his word against it's look, it's your word against Zora's, and I've seen Zora's face. I mean,
That is fair. Zora is stupid cute.
That's what I mean. Like tell me I don't have a better case with her looking at the jury than you.
That is fair. I am not stupid cute.
Well, I mean, you can be as cute as you want. You're not Zora cute. Like, that's the thing. Poison Elf, thank you. Can you do a monthly series of domestic pet defamation court? Yes, that's a great idea. I should do I should try and clip everyone that's trying to defame their pets. I should clip when you do it and EDB does it and just do a series. That's fantastic. XCDA, by the way, I received several notebooks that you made by hand, which are beautiful. I'm going to post them on Instagram if you will let me. They are awesome, and they're like my favorite notebooks now. I haven't written them yet because I'm scared to, because they're really too pretty. But thank you for sending those. Is there a legitimate legal reason to set aside the confessed judgment? Arguably, on some stretch legal theory, yes. If he lied, and the lie was what triggered the settlement distribution, then the settlement distribution should have never happened, and therefore the money should go back to the insurance company. But which statement that he made was a lie? And who should suffer that damage, especially after a judge has presided over and entered the confessed judgment? That's the thing. The opportunity to object to that confessed judgment was then. It's not now. So, Trouble Hound, folks need to stop framing hounds for crimes. We're guilty of saving people from snacks that may potentially be booby trapped. You're welcome. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that a lot. I like that. Debbie W. I feel like the Satterfield mess is either retaliation for them testifying against them or trying to get the money for legal fees. It's the latter. It's trying to get the money for the fees. Elizabeth Chetwood, thank you. EDB was losing it while covering this. Audacity. I would say that I was rather upset.
The Murdocity.
Oh, that's a word. That's a new word. Ian, there's a runkleism. The Murdocity.
No, I think that's an EDBism.
It might be. It's got to be. 20th Century Fox, which lawyer has a dog now? I need to recap. I think the dog is with the Satterfields. Somebody has a dog. But it's a friendly person. It's not Murdoch's. Liz McFall, thank you. Picks an explanation of the trial court to both IG and DMs. Oh, thank you, Liz. I'm going to check that out. It's not going to be this stream. I will check it out. I'll continue to talk with you. Lady Drake, off topic. I'm sorry, I really am. I was reminded of a super chat I sent 6 months ago that you've yet to answer. God damn it. I remember this too. LawTube casting is Rocky Horror Picture Show. I need closure eventually. This is a very fair point. I need to rewatch. Like, it's been a long ass time since I've seen that. So maybe a watch party. So Lady Drake, plan the watch party. We'll watch it and then I'll give you the answer. I think that's a good one. Fair in the Rocks was eating pretzels, almost pulled a Jimmy Bush off trying to kill me. He did his best. Susan, replay, please. Thank you, Ian. Nope. Aaron, you're missing the emails. We caught them. They were not good. Lady Drake, thanks to Ian, the watering hole is open for business. Close upstream is over, folks. That's in reference to the Discord. Diane Tincher, are the Suns going to have to repay the money? If the judgment gets vacated, they will. If the judgment gets vacated, they will. I don't logistically see that happening, though. I think a judge is going to find every reason to not do it. And I think the judge is kind of justifiable in doing that. Rua, the side, thank you very much. Thanks again, guys. Thank you, Rua. Josh at Ten Hong, thanks for another great FNF. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. And you as well, my dear. Time Lords, Ian is the real MVP. Ian is an MVP of a lot. He's already got a big head. He's awesome. I love him. Yeah, they're irritated. Weird.
You gotta play the new one.
Fuck.
Chad is dying of curiosity.
No, this is terrible. This is the worst thing ever. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's close to the worst thing ever. I don't know what's the worst thing ever.
You gotta play
Son
it. Everyone's gonna be curious.
I don't have to play shit.
No,
I don't like all of you. I think I deleted it. Didn't I delete it off of the thing?
I
can't play
still
the
on
7. You sent me a 7-second version. I can't do that.
Yeah.
Not 7. Not the second set. Not 7 seconds.
You gotta. Chat's curious.
No. What the 7-second one sounds like? Motherfucker. Oh my god, I really don't like you right now. You're still like my best friend. I don't like that because it bothers me because I'm talking to myself. Oh, it's uploading and processing. We're gonna breathe. We're gonna breathe in. We're gonna breathe out. We're gonna breathe in. We're gonna breathe out. History teacher Lisa. The hardest of weeks and heavenly birthday to someone dearly missed. Gratitude and appreciation for everyone. The learning and laughs. Most thoroughly enjoyed watching Rob unravel in real time exactly what I needed. History teacher Lisa, thank you so very much. And thank you for being the trusted century. You were awesome that entire stream. Very much appreciated. Rob unraveling in real time is just kind of what we do that around here. This is life. This is what we do. And on that note, oh, Ian, you son of a bitch! Oh my god!
I changed the audio.
Oh my god! I can't breathe. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, Ian Runkle, you fucking elf! Oh, you son of a bitch! Blame Canada for everything. Oh. So, for those of you catching the live stream at this point, I'm sorry.
I apologize for nothing.
Oh, Ian, when I get you back, you're going to be so mad. Oh, I'm going to wait too. I'm so going to wait. I'm going to wait. Oh, it's going to be like 3 years. And then you'll say why. And I'll be like, you know why. Oh, you little fucker. Oh my God. Oh, it's Ian who's now dying laughing. That's what we need. Oh my God. Lily Grindelwald. What's good, Rob? We should chop it up sometimes. Oh God. Okay. Janny Wallace, good morning from Glasgow. Looks like I have a lot to catch up on in work this morning. Jan, if you're starting from the beginning, I'm sorry. You're starting from the end. Blame Ian. Becky, Ian broke Rob. He did his damn best. Potion Master Danya, can I get a cheers, please? Yesterday, I got my PhD in engineering. Happiest day in my life.
Congratulations.
Potion Master Danya. Congratulations, my dear. Fantastic accomplishment. All my kids, not all my kids, all my parents, siblings, engineers, family engineers. I very much hope that you love that career. Yeah.
You're kind of the like struggling one in the family then.
You see that little black kitty? Like I'm the black sheep. Like I'm the black sheep of the family. Like, yeah. So congratulations. That's a remarkable achievement. Shall we say Dr. Danya? Dr. Danya,
Absolutely.
PhD in engineering, Dr. Danya. All right. So that is going to bring us to a wrap on this evening. Oh, okay. It's a good place to end. Good. Love it.
That is.
When a pocket of time is a runkleism of its own. Thank you, Aaron. Very much appreciated. Great place to end. Thank you guys for being here. Very much appreciated. So happy Friday to all. Happy, wonderful weekend to everybody. To the mods who were here the whole night, thank you very much for moderating the chat. You guys are amazing. I really do appreciate everything you do. To the mods of the Discord, thank you for doing what you do as well. So, and to everyone in the chat, thank you for participating. If you have not done so yet, please like the stream. If you have not done so yet as well, please go and follow the guests that I had on. Uncivil Law, Kurt, David, Prototopics, Ian, Runkle, the Bailey and Roll of Law, 2 channels. Please go follow all of them. I very much love seeing all of you guys. And until next time, which is probably likely Monday, I hope you have a wonderful weekend and thanks for being you. Oh, crap. I will get yelled at if I don't do this because I almost forgot something.
Hmm?
The thing that StreamYard does not allow me to pull up.
Oh, yes.
Fix your shit.
I know exactly who would yell at you for that.
So my mods, in particular Against the Tide, does a phenomenal job of screen grabbing all of the gifted memberships. StreamYard does not save them. I cannot see them on my end. So my mods, and in particular, like Against the Tide, focuses very much on making sure I don't miss any of them. So thank you, Tide, for doing that. So gifted memberships this evening. And this is the part that always kind of wrecks me because it just shows how awesome this community is. Ange Torres, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Joshua, 10 gifted memberships. Lady Drake, 10 gifted memberships. Pants, 5 gifted memberships. Neurodivergent Counselor, 10 gifted memberships. It's Maggie May, who was a member for 2 months. 2 months right on my birthday. Maggie May, happy birthday to you. I would sing that if it wasn't copywritten. Happy birthday, ... to you. Happy birthday.
Are we sure it's copywritten?
Debatable. We had that debate earlier. Happy birthday to you, Maggie May. Judy Curio, member for a month. Crappy goth update on renovations at Corey Studios. There is going to be a live, I think, tomorrow at 5.
Oh, cool.
Whiskey 77, thank you for the membership chat. It's a great Friday night at last. Last day of the crap job I hated. Start new job Monday and thought it was only a dream. Whiskey 77, congrats on the new job, my friend. I hope you enjoy it very much. Brentwood Chic, 20 gifted memberships. Disney Cosmo, 5 gifted memberships. Joshua, 5 more gifted memberships. JJ, a member, no drinking tonight, missing Virginia, but had to move to Florida. Florida's not a bad place to be. Michelle DeForge, thank you for the membership chat. Baton Rouge with an awesome margarita. That's awesome. Midnight Jury, gifted membership. Pickle Knits. Rob, please wish Tennyson a happy 5th birthday. Kiddo birthdays are the best. Happy 5th birthday to Tennyson. I hope you have a disastrous calamity of a birthday, which is filled with cake, surprises, chaos, and madness of all of the things that 5-year-olds can bestow upon their parents. And may the aunts and uncles in your life forever fuel that adrenaline and that fun. And may you never stop being a child at heart. Ever. Honestly. Just love every minute. Gray, thank you. Kurt's officially a court translator. He is. Dot Marie, welcome to the street language. I don't know if I like it. It was weird. Pampered Shelly, EDB needs an M after her number for her son. Okay. Charlie Raven, I beat sepsis this week. That is not a small defeat. Congratulations. That is amazing. Wow. God, medicine's amazing. Summer Butterfly gifted memberships. Lorraine Smith, 10 memberships. Hollister, 74. Down to the final four, my first year of education. Congrats. Megan Farrell gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much. Canonical Heat, 3 months. It feels shorter because the content is so interesting. And then Canonical Heat gifted 20 memberships. Thank you, Canonical Heat. Very much appreciated. January Garnet, Law Muggle says, I hate it when they fight. The arguments are fun.
We're just having a debate. That's there's no animosity.
And for you guys that ever think that we're fighting, we're actually not. Like, we actually really
hashtag winning.
God damn it. We really do. Just, I wish that this stuff could like re-enter public discourse and just be normal again. It's fun to debate. Megan Farrell, my ADHD daddies are the best. Can't wait for Father's Day. Okay, that's that. Lily Grindelwald gifted membership. Let's see here. Mod Princess Ashless is pronounced Escalus. Okay, got it. Koru gifted membership. Susan gifted 10 memberships. Ange Torres gifted 5 memberships. And then we've got Spiritual Healer coming in with Ian for the win tonight. We're gonna, you know what? We're gonna give him the win because of the remarkable trolling that he was able to accomplish. That was phenomenal. So, anyways, thank you all for being here this evening. Very much appreciated. Danny is having a birthday stream. I'm gonna try and pop in and just say like a quick 5-minute hi and bye, just because, yeah, I'm tired. I actually have to be up at like 5 in the morning and drive. So it's going to hurt a lot. But I love you all. Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend. Ian, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Everyone else, please go sub to my guests. And thank you, guys. Good night.